I think we have got, it's fair to say, a packed programme, and it's delightful to see you all here this morning in person, and so many of you. Thank you so much for coming along. I'd like to introduce this morning our President of BMKALC, the Lord Lieutenant for Buckinghamshire County, the Countess Howe.
Thank you very much, and how lovely it is to see a full room. I've had the chance to go down one side of the, what's it called, the street, and to have a word with some of you, and I hope that I'll catch up and have a word with some more of you during the break later on today. And thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conference. It is really special to be together physically face-to-face. I know we've done an awful lot of those Zoom meetings, and I find them soul-destroying. So I'd like to start my short welcome with a sincere appreciation for all that you do as councillors. I am in awe of the range of work you cover and its huge importance. I'd also like to acknowledge the support of Buckinghamshire Council in making this beautiful venue available to BMKALC, quicker than saying the whole thing, and in doing so are demonstrating their support and regard for town and parish councils throughout the county of Buckinghamshire. So thank you, a special thank you to the council who've worked very hard to get the room ready for us. Now, I felt the collective power of your will over the period of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, where communities came together in harmony to celebrate the extraordinary reign of Her Majesty the Queen, our late Queen. And then, once again, of course, you worked very closely to frame your community's response to the death of the Queen. And these two occasions demonstrated the value of having a local voice and showed how your responses really reflected the wishes of your local members. And as I thought about localism and the environment, two phrases came to mind. The first, all politics is local. And the second, small is beautiful. Now, the first phrase is most closely associated with the longest continually serving Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tip O'Neill, whose 30-year-plus career in politics was rooted in his belief that politics was, above all, helping people. And the second title is from E.F. Schumacher's book, Small is Beautiful. And the full title is often less often quoted, and the full title goes, Small is Beautiful, Economics as if People Mattered. And this was published in 1973, and this remarkable book still resonates today. Early on, he warns us that the world's cheap and simple fuels will fast become denuded by the vast appetites of the richer economies for growth, and that the poorer communities will never be able to acquire the means to produce alternative fuels needed for their growth. There are two further points that Schumacher makes that are interesting, and the first is about the proper use of land, and I quote, "We can say that man's management of the land must be primarily orientated towards three goals: health, beauty, and permanence." Personally, I'm not quite sure where he stands on the need and, I believe, increasing imperative for food production on the land. But certainly, the role of local councillors and government to protect land and open spaces was never better exemplified than during COVID lockdowns, when city parks in particular and the countryside in general became sanctuaries for many of us. We owe so much to your predecessors and other civic-minded individuals for many of these valuable local spaces. Later in his book, Schumacher says, "The best aid to give is intellectual aid. A gift of useful knowledge is definitely preferable to a gift of material things." And your conference today is in great measure about useful knowledge and arming you with the information to make well-informed, caring decisions. You are given the opportunity to determine policy at a very local level, and this needs to be reached through the closest collaboration that can be achieved in order to reflect the needs and the aspirations of your communities. We all know how difficult it is to determine where the priorities should lie, but the needs of your residents should always come at the top of the agenda. And wouldn't it be lovely if we had limitless resources to achieve our dreams? But the real world is just not like this. Your role, as I see it, is very much to enable communities to look to the future, to build better and more sustainable communities. And so I come to the focus of today's conference, climate change. Her late Majesty the Queen was extremely concerned about the impact of climate change on the planet and our limited resources. The initiative Plant a Tree for the Jubilee, announced by the patron of the Queen's Green Canopy, the then Prince of Wales, at the beginning of the Platinum Jubilee year, was such a forward-looking one. Her Majesty's endorsement of a tree planting programme was indicative of her desire to address the challenges of climate change, issues around which she and her son, now King Charles III, have long been advocates and practitioners. I'm sure that many of your local communities will have got together to show a collective recognition of the extraordinary reign of the Queen, and at the same time to help mitigate the effects of global warming by planting trees. It's been a challenging summer to get through the drought, but I have no doubt that your own communities will have put together a means by which the trees are being kept alive. Planting trees and protecting forests are simple, cost-effective ways to slow climate change. They filter our air, enhance our communities, and provide habitats for wildlife. During her long reign, Her Majesty the Queen planted over 1,500 trees, although I'm sure that the holes were dug for her. Our Platinum Jubilee trees will create a lasting legacy to Her Majesty's reign, pay tribute to her lifetime of service, and demonstrate, in a small way, our commitment to addressing climate change. So in closing, I would like to thank Mel and the team at BMKALC for their dedicated work to respond to your needs and to support you through the spider's web of legislation and regulations. And I'd like to thank them very much for setting up the conference today. And I hope that you will remember the words of Tip O'Neill and Ernest Schumacher as you consider how best to care for people and to act as custodians of our limited resources. If we do both, we shall likely have shown due care for our local environment. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing our speakers today and to meeting as many of you as possible during the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Countess Howe. Right, we come to our first speaker of the day. We're looking at sustainability and climate change, adaptation measures for your town or parish council. And I would like to invite our keynote speaker for the morning, Mr. Mike Deegan.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to see so many people actually in the flesh. We've been cocooned too much, really, on Zoom for so long. It's interesting meeting you today because I've been delivering training on sustainability measures and climate change adaptation, and also addressing the biodiversity crisis for a number of county associations, but mainly in the Midlands and in the north of England. So it is interesting to look at Buckinghamshire, and I've got to say that the situation on the ground in Buckinghamshire is a lot more favourable, actually. I'll just try to use my remote for the first time. I don't think I really need to elaborate too much on the growing climate change crisis, but each week does seem to bring some new depressing report or related disasters, something doom-laden in the news. And I confess that when I started putting my training together a number of years ago on this subject, I did feel a little bit overwhelmed by it because it was just so negative, especially our response at an international, national and even at county levels has been quite inadequate, really. Things have been improving, excuse me, obviously, in recent years, but we're still lagging way behind what we need to do. And but the one thing I will try to do this morning, I don't want to depress you all too much for the start of the day. I'll try and focus on the positive things that you as town and parish councils can actually do to try and help in adapting, and what measures you can take, for not just for yourselves, but also for your communities as well. And like every other part of the country, Buckinghamshire is not immune, obviously, from the impacts of climate change, whether it be floods or droughts or the incredible heat waves that we've experienced this summer. We're all being impacted now, and it's starting to get worse and worse each year, even though some people feel as though they're not really being impacted yet. There is an impact, and it's happening. And I think a lot of local councils naturally do look to their principal authorities and government agencies for support and adaptation advice. And Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes councils have been relatively active, as I say, compared to what I'm used to working with in the Midlands and the north of England. But it is all relative. And I'm not knocking the officers at different councils and agencies. They have a terribly hard job and very restricted resources in recent years. But the Climate Emergency UK report that came out earlier this year, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that report. It assessed every principal council's progress on a range of criteria, including their climate action plans. And the results really weren't that good at all. The average scores across the UK on progress for local authorities was just 46%. So they were failing on 54% of criteria. Milton Keynes actually did better than most councils. That they got 49%. Unfortunately, Buckinghamshire Council got 35% in that report. So they came 111th out of 178. That's not to say there hasn't been progress made in recent years, but it just shows how much more we need to do at the principal authority levels. So if not looking at your principal councils, where else can you get advice and support from? Well, to start with, NAOC, the national organisation, do provide quite a lot of climate change and sustainability advice now, and that will obviously come through your county association, through BMKALC. So that can be quite useful. And if you're a clerk, you might be a member of SLCC, which I know they provide quite. Sorry. It didn't click up. Excuse me a sec. Technical problems already, I'm afraid. Okay, shall I try again? There we go. Yeah, so there's national advice there from NAOC on the left. Hopefully, I think you'll all have a copy of these slides and you'll be able to reference the pictures that are used. And if you're a member of SLCC, you'll get quite a lot of information from them, and I know they run training courses. And also there's lots of information out there for town and parish councils through DEFRA have a report, but probably more of use is the Friends of the Earth one, which is actually quite useful. And there's also quite a lot of local support from a number of environmental organisations. The Natural Environmental Partnership, I think, was set up a couple of years ago. And this seems to be, I think it brings together local authority and related environmental organisations. And that seems to be really starting to deliver some good initiatives and work on the ground. So there are things happening, and you've got the Wildlife Trust, Friends of the Earth, CPRE, lots of different county organisations who you can go to for help and advice. And the Wildlife Trust are out there today as well, of course, in the foyer. But from my experience, I have to say, around the country, every county that I've looked at, it's at the community level where most progress, significant and genuine progress, is really being made. I couldn't fit all the relevant groups for Buckinghamshire, to be honest, on this slide. You really do have an awful lot of very active groups. And as we'll see, some councils, probably here today already in the room, are already working with some of these groups to deliver action on the ground in their parishes and in their towns. So it really does help to find out what opportunities there are locally that you can tap into, and expertise and initiatives that you can utilise. And if you take one message out of today, that's really that it's trying to make those contacts and working in partnership with others. It's not something that you have to do alone with all these different initiatives and adaptation. A lot of help is already out there. So what can you do as a local council? One of the first steps that many take is to declare a climate emergency. And I appreciate just how bewildering it can be knowing just where to start to mitigate climate change. I was a parish councillor myself for nearly 10 years. So I know what it's like, and I understand the lack of resources as well that many councils do face. But no matter your size or capacity, there are lots and lots of actions that you can take. Even tiny, small actions can make a big difference. And there is no one set route to take. It's not like you're going to pick up a manual and say, this is what we do, this is what we do. Every one of your towns and parishes is going to be different. And some of these options are going to be better suited to your actual council. But as I say, there's lots of examples you can use of declaring a climate emergency. And just out of interest, amongst all the councils that are here, who has declared a climate emergency for your council? Well, that's quite a lot, really. So it's not a competition, but the county where I live, in Staffordshire, there's only one council in the whole of Staffordshire that has declared a climate emergency. So Buckinghamshire is doing quite well on that front. But without an action plan or a strategy to take you forward, a declaration really is just an empty gesture. And I have seen quite a few cases, not just local councils, but organisations that have declared these emergencies, and they haven't really backed it up. It looks good, but they haven't really sort of followed it up with anything tangible. And I really like some of the examples that I've seen in Buckinghamshire. Especially this Wendover one on the top right, which really visualises some of the actions that they're taking. And it's not up there now, but I like the feedback on some of the actions that Chesham Town Council has given. Is there anyone from Chesham? I don't know if we've got anyone. Oh, there we go. So I really like the actions that you sort of almost like chronological, what you've been doing. And it looks really positive. It's not a negative story. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing against our climate emergency action plan. And so have a look at those examples. They're really quite inspiring, some of them. And the best actions on climate change are developed with community input. It's something that we just really can't avoid. So whether you're involving community members on your working group, or actually going out there and engaging with local stakeholders, the process that I really like in particular is this one on the right-hand side from Buckingham Town Council. I'm sure some of you may be familiar with that already, but I think it's a real exemplar in how to get your community input into a climate change plan. It's not just a sort of top-down plan. They've actually gone out and actually really engaged with people who live in Buckingham. I also love the fact that Hazelmere, on the bottom left here, that I think they have a youth group on climate change as well, which is just bringing different sectors of their community together. And as I say, each town or parish is very different, and we do need to understand our own community's characteristics, its perceptions, and just how we can engage with them. Every council is going to have a different circumstance there. And a big slide there, but this is just a report from Haddenham. So just anyone from Haddenham, because it seems to be very active. Oh, there we go, Haddenham. So there'll be a few teachers' pets in the room, I'm afraid, after this slide. But there's several councils that are really, really active and just keep coming up with the more research I was doing. And it really shows the benefit of working with local groups. As you can see there, they've worked on a climate emergency plan and with two local groups. And the feedback and the action plan, it doesn't have to be quite as detailed as Haddenham's report is here. If you look at it, it's incredibly detailed. But it does just show what can be achieved, and especially if you work with others. It's not a daunting prospect. And of course, reducing our carbon footprint is key to adaptation. But we still have so much more to do, as I inferred at the beginning, especially to raise the understanding and to help people engage with the language and the terms that we use. So things like climate action, net zero, carbon neutral, like what do these really mean to most people? Well, we might understand them in this room, or maybe we don't. But far too many people, I think, just still don't comprehend these terms. And until we get over that hurdle, I think we're going to find it quite hard to get our communities to adapt as well. And we can probably say the same with terms like such biodiversity as well. I worked for a wildlife trust for nearly 20 years, and biodiversity never came in as a term until just before I left. It was always wildlife or nature. And maybe we do need to go back to thinking about how we speak to people, because language is just so important. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but we do need to make it probably simpler and something more inclusive and that people can engage with. And you can't work towards a target that you haven't measured. There's a number of carbon tracker programs available. The Centre for Sustainable Energy has set up a calculator tool called Impact, and this is one that's been used by Haddenham, and you can see a lot of the feedback from this on their website and in their reports. And it is designed to give local councils really usable data rather than just reams and reams of figures that don't mean anything. And it's quite easy to interpret and to share. And it also gives you an idea of your main impact areas. So where you can actually really make the biggest contribution to cutting emissions. So it's quite a useful tool. Is anyone else other than Haddenham used that at all? No? There we go. We have got other councils that are using it. So which council are you? Marlow. You.
Well, BMKALC are sending you all a link to calculate your own carbon footprints. They will be in the email boxes of your clerks by, in fact, I think they may already have gone out. And Slapsham Parish Council has received their report, and I believe others in the area are looking at them currently as well, although perhaps not yet putting them into effect.
Brilliant, thank you. So there'll be lots more information coming on that, and it is really worth looking at. And energy efficiency is a really crucial starting point to reducing carbon emissions, which for many involves, especially looking at the buildings that you might manage or own, and especially if it's a community centre or a village hall. Many of these buildings were built in a different age, and climate change wasn't exactly on the agenda, or energy efficiency. So there's a lot of potential there to go back and trying to assess how efficient our buildings are. And whilst an energy audit is a really good way of assessing that efficiency and also opportunities for savings, there's some examples here on the renewable energy report that came out from Acres. There's lots of advice on that. I do see that some councils in Buckinghamshire, you've already partnered with BCE, the community energy, Buckinghamshire Community Energy, on innovative schemes such as solar streets. So it's not a scheme I'm familiar with. Has anyone been involved with solar streets? Yeah. So that's looking at what your community, or is it just for the council as well? Is it? The whole community. The whole community.
It's done in conjunction with Zero Carbon Haddenham.
Right.
And yeah, they just offer sort of mass discounts for the solar panels within your community.
So that sounds like a great scheme, and probably just we need more dissemination of information on this. And the information's already out there, but it'd be wonderful if more and more councils took this up. And there's a list there. I don't know if it's probably a bit blurred, but there's quite a few in Buckinghamshire that have already joined in with this scheme, and they have other initiatives as well that you can look at. And of course, sustainability and managing resources, that there's so many actions to help operate more sustainably and cut waste. And I'm sure you're familiar with many of these, but also just adopting the government's social value model, just to influence things like your everyday management and your procurement habits is a really good place to start. So many councils, I find, are still not really considering social value, but it is really important. And much of our carbon generation much of our carbon footprint is generated at a community level. And to reach our goals that we need to reach by 2030 or even 2050, there's just so much more needed to change people's behaviour and their consumption. Just talking to a gentleman out in the foyer earlier from East Anglian Water, and I was talking about my daughter's consumption of water in the shower, and no matter how many times I talk to them and explain to them, I still can't change their behaviour, and if they're like that, what are other people like? I just don't think many of us have adapted that much at all, really. At government level, we've brought in changes, and at county level, but actual individuals' behaviour hasn't adapted that much given the amount of knowledge and information we've been given over the last 10, 15 years. And this is not a political or an ideological issue at all. It is a response to a growing emergency that's starting to impact everyone. And we can all do our bit to facilitate or prompt behavioural change, doing our bit as a local council, I mean. And we need to ensure to help that we create these robust communities that are able to adapt and deal with climate change measures. Just think about how well so many councils adapted and reacted during the COVID pandemic. We almost need a similar reaction to climate change as well, and to the biodiversity crisis, but especially to climate change, because it is going to impact all of our lives. And if you look at just one council's website, probably my favourite council for the day is actually Amersham Town Council. If you look at their website, their main areas of concern all resonate and focus on local priorities. And it talks about things like buildings, so homes and people's energy, carbon footprint and climate, and explain what it means, consumers and sustainability, food and farming, gardens and green spaces, recycling and repairs, transport, water. It's really comprehensive, but it's actually looking at all facets of communities' life and the impact that they're having. And as local councils, you also have a great platform to help promote just things like local produce or sustainability schemes. And there's so much going on in Buckinghamshire. And I did find quite a lot of examples of councils already doing this. And that might include things like repair cafes, farmers markets, and local produce. And also you can take the opportunity, which many of you do, to support related events that are going on in your area. And this can be just as valuable, really, as running these events yourself. Perhaps your council can endorse these activities, or maybe you might be able to piggyback on them and have a presence or have some sort of involvement. It doesn't have to be something that you instigate yourself, but there's great opportunities to disseminate this information through our social media and our websites and everything else that we do as councils. And I mentioned about saving water, but it is frustrating that more isn't done to promote saving water. Abstracting, pumping, and treating water consumes a huge amount of energy, which most people don't realise. And you can endorse tips that are provided by your water companies, especially messages during periods of drought, or better still, promote advice from independent companies like Waterwise. But the gentleman out there from East Anglia Water, or Anglian Water, had some great tips when I was talking to earlier. They're doing some really good work on the ground. So they're the sort of things you can promote. And I know Amersham have some really sound advice about wastewater as well on their website. And I know that Chesham have highlighted the work that's been done locally by a local water company in conjunction with the Environment Agency on one of their rivers. So there's loads of things that you can promote and just keep that message ticking over with your community. And you also have the opportunity as well to push for more sustainable standards when you comment on new planning applications. So even knowing the basic standards to adopt, such as things like sustainable drainage systems or SUDs, as most of you might know, these things really help. And you don't have to respond to some big applications alone, especially if it's a really big development. There's an example there from, is it Evers or Ivers? I don't know if anyone's here from that parish council. But that they got together and they, at the bottom left here, they put together a joint statement with 4 other organisations. So it adds more weight to their concerns about an unsustainable development that they felt was happening. And if you haven't already developed one, I know Neill is going to be talking about neighbourhood plans, but they're an ideal place to set out your green agenda or your sustainable aims for the future. And even if you start reviewing those neighbourhood plans, this is the time really to actually start putting more of a focus on climate change adaptation. And another image from Hadnam, but this one just shows just the huge contribution our vehicles make to carbon emissions. Many councils I know are helping to install electric charging points. I think Milton Keynes has got the, I know it's not town council, but the actual Milton Keynes council, I think you have the second highest concentration outside London, is it? Which is incredible, really. So some great examples going on in the county. And some counties also have car share initiatives as well, which I know that many town and parish councils do promote that are going on. I know it's a bit difficult during the pandemic to promote car sharing, but it's something that hopefully as we start becoming more interactive again, that we can start tapping into. And I'm as guilty as anyone of not practicing what I preach, but where possible, we really should be encouraging our communities to use greener forms of transport, or simply just walking or cycling. It's as basic as that. And there's a great example here from Great Missenden where they tapped into, I think it was a Sustrans campaign, and they promoted it, and that's so important. And they did things with their local school. So it's those sort of joined up initiatives that are really important. And since the pandemic, the health and well-being has become so much higher on people's agendas, really, for so many different reasons. And more councils now are starting to promote the Walk to School campaign and safer walking routes as well. So this is something that I've seen around the country where lots of councils have become very, very active with this, and they're working with their schools as well. And even just promotion of walking, as I say, and cycling, it is pretty much a win-win situation for not just for health, but for the environment. So there's so many things that we can do as councils to promote this. And I've mentioned the language that we use, but we do have a real opportunity just to provide that simple information to help raise understanding of climate change and bring our communities along with us on this sort of journey to adaptation. And you can utilise your different forms of communication to communicate in a way that's relevant to people's lives. That's really, really important. And with practical guidance and advice, pragmatic information that just helps them to encourage them to take some action themselves, which is probably even more important than what you do yourself as a council for your own buildings and for your own organisation. And some councils now are especially adept at using social media or their websites just to communicate on climate change. It's not in Buckinghamshire, but on the top right there, I don't know if you can see it, but there's this parish council called West Monkton. I think they might be in Somerset. But if you get a chance, do have a look at their Facebook page. I think they've launched a climate communications project in conjunction with the Centre for Sustainable Energy. And every day they're releasing information, and it's usually local and it's very relevant to people's lives. The thing I like about it is there's lots of tips and advice, and it's all positive, it's all colourful with upbeat messages. And it's sort of become ingrained in their culture now. When I spoke to someone from the council there, that the community now expect this, that they love it, that they're actually sort of measuring their own behaviour by this, by what's coming out from Facebook on their page. Obviously, not everyone's going to take up reading what's on their information. But just if we can get through to 20, 30, 40% of our communities, that makes a huge impact. And it really is an inspiring council on so many fronts. So do have a look at that case if you can. And some councils are particularly proactive in delivering sustainability and climate change related activities. So I've mentioned Buckingham Town Council before, but on the event that they had involving their community in their decision making on climate change. But I do also recommend that you have a look at this case at the top left here. It's a council called New Mills Town Council. I never even heard of the town, but it's in Derbyshire. And they had an event, was it last year, 2 years ago? And 2020. And it's an incredible example. I've used the word before, exemplar, but this is probably even better than Buckingham's example, where they managed to bring key holders from every sector of their community, everyone, so all the business people, different age demographics, different areas of their parish, and it was incredible. And they were discussing all the issues that they faced in relation to climate change, in relation to biodiversity and sustainability. And then they put together the opportunities that could come from that. So do have a look at the plan that actually was produced from this meeting and subsequent meetings, because it really is inspiring. And it also shows as well that, especially this particular case, I think it's not just about short-term economic growth, but it's about sustainable growth, and it's about building resilient communities that we all want to live in and that are healthy and, as I say, sustainable. And there's some other examples there. The Kendall one's quite interesting as well. And my background is actually, as I mentioned, it's in nature conservation, and I'll leave much of the biodiversity actions until we have just to promote it, but there's a training course next month in Buckinghamshire for biodiversity actions that you can take. So I'll leave much of the actions to there, but nevertheless, that our biodiversity is inextricably linked to climate change as well, and it is facing an equally catastrophic scenario. So it is great to see so many councils in Buckinghamshire that are taking action to conserve biodiversity. But there's always further opportunities to create further wildlife habitats. So do, if you can, think about all the green spaces you have and the responsibility that you have for things like allotments, footpaths, roadsides, burial grounds, commons, open spaces, all those sort of amenity land. There's often small opportunities. And it was interesting speaking to the people from the Wildlife Trust outside, and also to the Verges gentleman as well, about the small things that can be done that make a big difference. And some of these simplest actions can make a huge difference for biodiversity and save your council money too. And attitudes to how we manage roadside verges has really changed and improving over the last few years. Obviously safety is paramount, and that will always come first. But there's every road or path that's managed, especially if it's been handed over from Buckingham Council or Milton Keynes Council for you to manage now. There's often potential there to strike a balance between having a safe area for people to walk, or a place that looks there tidy, but also a place for wildlife as well. And it can be safely left uncut for the growing season, so from May to June, even to August sometimes. And these can provide some really incredible habitats, grassland habitats for wildlife. And I'm really encouraged that Buckinghamshire Council and the transport for Buckinghamshire is outside on the gentleman out there. There's all the leaflets there, the information that they're providing. And they've been trialling their wilder road verges project, which is really an incredible looking project. Not every county has got this. I know my county certainly hasn't. So it's something worth looking at, and I would encourage you to sort of consider that for your own area if you can. And I believe they held a webinar in March as well for town and parish councils. So were people at that from this room? Did anyone attend that? Oh, so quite a few people there. So have you managed to take any of the information and advice there to bring it back to your councils to change your management at all? Is it?
We would like to, but it's quite expensive training
Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe that's something we can discuss in the November training session, about whether there's some way that councils can collectively come together, work together, so that maybe to buy some of this or help to purchase some of this equipment. Because it's not a great change, really, but the benefits far outweigh the cost, they really do. And also small things like planting wildflower meadows, such as Bradwell here. They provide great habitats for wildlife, they really do. And something that I'm encouraging all the time when I work with other councils, just even leaving a small sward of grass from May to July provides great grassland habitat. And it doesn't have to be a big, huge meadow. Just a small patch, several metres square, is wonderful for insects and birds, and it really adds to nature recovery. And if we can tie in as well some sort of interpretation there to explain why you're doing this and what the benefits are, that's really important when you do these things. You do have to inform people beforehand about what's happening. Otherwise, you can get a negative reaction. And even if you don't own meadows, woods or ponds, as I say, there's so many engaging initiatives that you could adopt to raise awareness and to help wildlife. So not in Buckinghamshire, but this council launched on the top left, Every Garden Counts project to encourage households to embrace the idea of wildlife gardening, and it's really been successful. And the benefits that come, say, from 20, 30, 40% of gardens doing something better for wildlife can be huge. And it's a positive way as well to raise awareness and get the whole community playing their part. And I see that Hazelmere won an award as well for their B² project to encourage residents to sow wildflowers for pollinating insects. So there's lots of things going on in the county. And I've mentioned Amersham many times, but do look at the eye-catching initiatives that they've got. I don't know if you can see those pictures very well there, but they have a bee and pollinator beds with these metal sculpted bees in there, which just catch the eye and bring the message home. And these bug hotels, they're probably 10 times bigger than any bug hotels I've seen anywhere else. But there's little things you can do, like have bug hotel competitions to see who's got the best design one in your village or in your town. There's lots of things going on that councils are doing, so it is worth keeping an eye out on these things. And some of these are just so cheap and simple and very positive for biodiversity. The benefits are huge often. And I'll finish finally on this slide, just as on this example from Milton Keynes Council again, which has installed green roofs on 15 bus shelters, just as habitat for pollinating insects, so these carpets of sedums on the roof. And like the bee sculptures, it does demonstrate really that we can engage and do our bit in so many different ways, even unusual and I suppose quite fun methods as well, really. It doesn't have to be something negative when we're fighting to save this. We need to just get across that this is a positive thing we're doing. And don't be overwhelmed like I was when I set out on this. You can't change your community overnight, but you can take steps to make a difference, small things to make a difference. And do start off with those small actions and gradually start building up and find out what opportunities and strengths and priorities that you can focus on. And also what useful connections you can make. Like already today, just coming here today, I've made some great connections out in the foyer with some of the organisations that are there. And find out what others are doing, not just in Buckinghamshire, but around the county. There's some wonderful examples. Just across the border in Tame, that they're doing some great stuff with their climate action plan. And just cherry pick what suits your council. And I see from the figures there's over 200 town and parish councils in the county. And I know there's 9,000 in England. So just imagine the benefits to biodiversity, but also to adaptation to climate change. That if every one of those councils was active in some way, big or small, with measures to combat climate change and to enhance biodiversity, the benefits would be huge across the country. They really would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I think it's absolutely brilliant to see how many initiatives there actually are already happening in Buckinghamshire County as a whole. Now, we're going to move you on to Neill Homer, who's going to be talking to us about neighbourhood plans and in particular about green policies that we can all be thinking about in our neighbourhood plans. Neill Homer.
I know, it's me again. Those of you that have come to the neighbourhood planning sessions over the last 3 or 4 years will have heard some of this before. So my name is Neill Homer from the consultancy O'Neill Homer, and we're exhibiting outside today, so come and have a chat. We have helped around 50 neighbourhood plans in Bucks and MK over the last 10 years. More or less started here 10 years ago in Winslow. So we know the patch very well, and we have a number of stories to tell. Before I do, I think I would regard town and country planning as planning and promoting sustainable development. We never knew that, even in the 80s, when I was studying planning at uni. I am that old, I know it's a surprise, but it's true. We never had this language. We were never using these terms. Biodiversity, what was that? So maybe a bit of nature conservation, perhaps, those days. And it's quite fascinating to look back over the last sort of 20 years or so as to how this agenda, this policy agenda, has changed. I would argue that given that planning is so central to planning the development and use of land and the distribution of uses, that if you're a town or a parish council that has announced a climate emergency or have a climate change action plan, if you're not producing a neighbourhood plan, which is one of those things that you can do and have been able to do for the last 10 years, then there's a gap. So cards on the table, I think that they are so important, and as I'll come on to show you in a moment of the examples, they are so important. I would argue the most important thing that you can do as a town or a parish council, because of the impact that change and the management of that change and land use and development in your patch can have. And the larger the settlement you are, the more important it is. I think I probably know this question, but the answer rather. How many of you, hands up those of you that have either got a neighbourhood plan or are producing a neighbourhood plan? Yeah, of course you are. I mean, this is, if you didn't know it, Bucks and MK in particular, are hotspots for neighbourhood planning activity in England. I think there are 28 neighbourhood plans in MK. There is a lot of activity here. I would say it's not a coincidence that that activity has led to some of the things that you were saying earlier, Mike, about comparing this part of the world to some of the other parts of the world where you've looked at, the things that you were looking at. I don't think that's a coincidence. I perceive, certainly in the last 4 or 5 years, that level of engagement in neighbourhood planning, the planning system, has raised awareness of what can be achieved through that means, as well as the more sort of short-term projects, practical projects that you were talking about. This, of course, is a longer-term game for most of you, and so you don't see the benefit of what you're doing in this respect, maybe for a number of years, depending on the time horizon of your plan. Sometimes you can see an immediate benefit in terms of using your plan to make good things happen in the right places or to prevent bad things happening in the wrong places. Pretty picture of West Oxfordshire, the only part of the country that's more beautiful than Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes. So there are 4 things that I want to tell some stories about and how neighbourhood plans have been engaging with climate change. You get a copy of these slides. Try not to put too many words on slides, but I know you'll get a copy so you can read them. And it's fair to say that this is a very relatively recent thing. When Lorraine and Mel asked about whether I'd be interested in doing this today, a few weeks ago, they said, is it something that you think would be interesting? I thought, yes, it is now. If they'd have asked me that question maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and some of you from those parts of the patch that were early to neighbourhood planning, I'm not sure I'd have said yes, because things have moved so quickly over the last few years, and there's so much more innovation. But things have changed rapidly in the last few 4 or 5 years, I would say. Communities are taking climate change a lot more seriously than they were before, and probably because of events and what's going on locally as well as nationally. And town and parish councils are responding to that. There are 4 things I just want to cover. Green infrastructure, if you might have guessed. Travel networks, travel planning, sustainable travel and movement, energy performance through building fabric design, and I suppose the most important one of all, in a way, planning development, planning change, planning land use distribution in a sustainable way, a properly sustainable way, not the way that some developers will tell you that sustainability works. Green infrastructure, well, we all know what green infrastructure is now, I think. It's been around as a term for a few years, but even it is evolving, most notably through the Environment Act last year, that introduced a firm legal framework for things like biodiversity net gain that Mike talked about a minute ago, and local nature recovery. Now, some of more progressive councils have been thinking about those things for a number of years, but they're going to become, I think, depending on what the next new government says, becoming part of legislation or enacted November next year, although biodiversity net gain has been around for some time. So in the last few years, a number of neighbourhood plans have been engaging with this in terms of mapping green infrastructure and then using that knowledge to shape the way in which their communities, their settlements, villages and towns will grow over the next few years. And in some places it can make a huge difference. This is the village of Southbourne in Chichester district. They used their mapping of green infrastructure in their parish, and especially around the edge of their village, to understand how well existing habitats were connected, how well existing areas of amenity space and recreation and open space were connected. They were having to plan for, in a first stage of development through their neighbourhood plan, 350 new homes, anticipating that the next version of the local plan would require a lot more than that in the sort of 10, 15 years beyond that. And they used their green infrastructure mapping to come up with a concept called the Green Ring, which they wanted to establish through site allocations in their neighbourhood plan. And this is just a concept plan showing that. The village is in the middle of all of that. There's a railway that runs through the middle of the village. This is just to the east of Emsworth, just below the A27, if you know that part of the world, heading towards Chichester, which is further to the east. They've delivered that. Through their site allocations and planning permissions, those darker green bits south of the railway line have been delivered. Provision has been made in those development schemes for the Green Ring, and it has been delivered as green infrastructure, public footpaths, as well as the provision for, on the left-hand side, a road bridge at some point in the future when development north of the railway comes about, and on the right-hand side a footbridge over the railway line, because the level crossing in the middle of the village is the most important barrier to connectivity for humans as well as for fluffy bunny rabbits. And it's a fascinating neighbourhood plan. They're on the way through the review right now. But that shows you how green infrastructure and planning for it can have make a real difference. Etchinswell, small village in North Hampshire, in Basingstoke and Dean district. Very similar, using their neighbourhood plan to understand the existing lie of the land, which is that map on the left of those two, of where green infrastructure has been mapped. They have the benefit of excellent publicly available data in Hampshire, the Biodiversity Record Centre there, to be able to do this. In our view right now, Bucks MK, the record centre there, is not quite ready to do this yet. We know because we've asked them for a number of neighbourhood plans that we're doing, but it's on its way, I think. And that's enabled them to not only to choose the right site to allocate for development, given that they have to do that in their neighbourhood plan, or they're taking the opportunity to do that in their neighbourhood plan, but to figure out exactly what that means on the ground. Now, we'll talk a bit, I'll do a little session on this in the 15 minutes this afternoon, so I won't do anything more than that for now. St Ives, this is the one in Cambridgeshire. Some very progressive thinking about local nature recovery, using the data that they have in their part of the world to understand how, not just within the existing urban area of the town, it's quite a large town, some of you may know it, but on the edge of the town, roughly where the bus route, the guided bus route into Cambridge comes into the town in the southeast corner, how change and the management and use of land can make a big difference in terms of, again, habitat connectivity and human connectivity of walking through the town, which is an important thing for them. But it's mostly about trying to anticipate what the Environment Act, the consequences of planning for local nature recovery next year and beyond, what that actually means. And it's quite difficult to do that because most of the attention that's been given to biodiversity, net gain and local nature recovery is in the form of what you do if you're a developer and a planning authority determining planning applications. What's less well understood right now is how you as plan makers, whether you're at the Bucks or MK level, certainly at your level, how you can plan for this. So this is very much an innovative area of policy making. That's no surprise because neighbourhood plans for the last 10 years have been at the forefront of trying to figure these things out, because you have the time and the attention and the local intelligence to be able to do this in a way that if they ever could, the two local planning authorities would never really have had the time to do that. They've got much larger territories to cover. You have the beauty of using your plan to focus attention on your place, your settlement, your parish or town. So we're going to talk about the second thing, transport solutions. This is Twyford, the village of Twyford that you may know in Berkshire near Wokingham. They've just used some local data to look at how people move around the town, not just through public rights of way, but looking at hotspots of where activity is, how easy it is to move around their village. It's quite a large village if you know it, with a railway station, which is driving a lot more plans for growth in their village over the next few years as part of the wider district strategy. And they're using they've developed this map to show where the important areas are in terms of those that could be argued to justify higher densities. Where those of you that may be familiar with planning in London may know that London has got a sort of a system for doing this, where it measures how each location is well suited to the public transport network, for example. And this is a kind of mini example of that. And it shows you how you can use this not just to make a pretty picture, but to enable policy to determine planning applications and to shape how change happens. Even in a relatively small settlement, you don't have to be a very big city to do this kind of thinking. Again, I would say quite cutting edge. Actually, before I move on to that slide, some of you may be familiar with the intriguingly titled LC WIPs, local cycling and walking infrastructure strategies that both Bucks and MK are progressing at the moment and have been for a while. And this very much relates to those strategies. Neighbourhood plans are a way in which the strategies emerging in there and the data that's in those plans at the county level can be interpreted into actual policy that makes a difference in terms of determining planning applications in a way that LC WIPs themselves aren't. That's not what they're there for. They're not development plan. Neighbourhood plans are. This is where the thinking and the great ideas of LC WIPs, this is how you can translate it into things that make a difference. Third thing, sustainable design. Now this is again another great example of where neighbourhood plans are leading the way. You should have to ask the question, well, why should it be that in response to that quote, it's tiny little neighbourhood plans doing this work and not national policy, national planning policy, or local plan policy. It's a great quote. It seems to me folly to build new homes now that will commit owners to potentially expensive and disruptive alterations as the UK moves to decarbonise heating of its housing stock. You'd be amazed, this is only 2020, of the bun fight there's been in the planning system over the last 5 or 6 years for trying to get to zero carbon building standards. I could spend a lot longer telling you about that, but I'm not going to, thankfully for you. What I will say is Ivers, with a degree of caution here, so I know there's a couple of people from Ivers in the room. Bucks Council, this has just gone through examination. Bucks Council has yet, to my knowledge, unless anybody in the room from Bucks can tell me otherwise, has yet to make its final determination on Ivers' neighbourhood plan so that it can go to referendum. It is the first of 3 or 4 of the neighbourhood plans that we've helped over the last 18 months or so to get through the examination a policy that requires passive house standard or equivalent standard zero carbon buildings in its parish. Now, that may not seem great news to you, but I tell you, that is a big, big thing. And if a developer can demonstrate they cannot meet the standard because of site features, topography, for example, then they have to produce a post-occupancy evaluation report. Architects have been going on about wanting this part of the system for many years. It's a way of showing that if there's an energy performance gap, once people are living in a house, you can correct it. And what this policy requires is that if you're not meeting passive house standard and going through this route, you must deliver this report as a planning condition. The planning condition will not be discharged until the developer has produced the report and carried out any corrective action. Fascinating. Why is it a small parish in South Bucks that has to come up with this stuff? Crazy, isn't it? We, of course, are now making sure that every neighbourhood plan that we're helping is going to benefit from this. Mentioned Hazelmere. Hazelmere is right on the coattails. Places like Cheshire will be as well. So a lot of the neighbourhood plans that are coming through the system are going to be using this if they want to, because we're going to show Bucks and Milton Keynes councils that this works. An examiner has said, yep, nothing wrong with this. This is entirely consistent with my interpretation of national policy. So there's the precedent. Well done, Ivers. Finally then, about resilience, and this is about using neighbourhood plans to plan for growth. As I said earlier, to encourage the right things to happen in the right places and to prevent the wrong things happening in the wrong places. So we avoid car dependency of major schemes or even relatively modest schemes in some of your places. And those of you that we work with, you will know we've all done this. And this is really important. Now, this is the village of Blachere, again in North Hampshire, Basingstoke and Dean district area, just off the A34, just on the edge of the North Wessex AOMB. In fact, this piece of land is in the AOMB. The rest of the village to its right is not, funnily enough. This community were very keen, it's quite a small village, very keen to not just to deliver some new homes, affordable homes or low-cost homes as part of their neighbourhood plan, but also to try to plan for their what they called their resilience, their future resilience, in wanting a kind of a community hub, a new building that they could use they didn't have to do a range of things, including managed workspace and a support unit for home workers, which are becoming more common, so you don't have to get in your car. All sounds a bit sort of straightforward, really, but it's quite difficult to make that happen unless you've got a neighbourhood plan that is working with a land interest, in this case, the local estate, to say, okay, well, here's the deal. We do need some houses, and these are the types of houses we want, and this is how many we're going to plan for. And on the back of that, we want you to deliver this feature for our community. And if you know how to to do this using neighbourhood plan, using the leverage that you have as plan makers in most cases, then you can achieve this kind of outcome. This is the way you make these sorts of things work. How you make the planning system work for you and the resilience of your communities. It's not easy, but it's possible. Brightwell Consotwell Parish, another small village in South Oxfordshire near Wallingford. Another community that was concerned about their future resilience in terms of the patronage of the local pub, of the village shop, which they as a parish council, or as a sidearm, I think, of the parish council, were running as a community shop, and of their village school. It's quite a small village. In a way, it's quite surprising that some of those things, certainly the school, are still there, to be honest. But it is. They were concerned that the planning authority needed no more new homes for them over the next 10, 15 years. But they said, well, we can see the upsides of that, some of us, but we can also see the downsides. And they planned for 70, 80 new homes where they didn't need to plan for a single one in order to build the resilience of their community, to deliver affordable housing, low-cost housing in the right places, with hopefully children living in some of them to go to their village school and people using their village shop and the pub. Now, you can't force people to do that, of course. We don't live in that kind of system. But the likelihood is that that will be an outcome, that had they planned for no housing, would almost certainly not be an outcome. So this is quite common. What they also had, I won't dwell on it now, but they have a legacy of, given the age of the village, of green routes through the village, really distinctive, and they call that their green heart. And a little bit like we saw earlier in Southbourne, they define that green heart as a green infrastructure network and showed that on their policies map, both to protect it and to require the new development schemes. Two of the development schemes they allocated in their plan were next to the green heart. That enabled them to require, as part of the planning applications for those schemes, an investment in improving the green infrastructure network that was next to the site. Again, another practical example of where you do this sort of thinking and you can make those benefits work for you. There we are. Come and have a chat outside if you'd like to know a little bit more about some of those stories. There are many more, and I'm going to indulge for just one more minute. Mel, one more minute.
Just 30 seconds.
30 seconds. There is some great stuff going on in this county and in MK with neighbourhood plans right now in this space. I could have mentioned Newport. Anybody from Newport Pagnell here? Right, they're up to some very, very interesting things in terms of biodiversity net gain, offsetting, in identifying sites for offsetting so that it happens in their patch from all the development that's happening very close to Newport Pagnell over the next few years rather than somebody else's patch. And there's 2 or 3 other neighbourhood plans that we're working with right now, 1 or 2 that in areas that might refer to, but you wouldn't have known that they're doing neighbourhood plans, places like Hazelmere, that are continuing to push the boundaries. In both cases, there's not going to be another local plan around for another 2, 3, 4 years. And so there's a vacuum to fill if you want to look at it that. There's an opportunity to realise with your neighbourhood plans in a way that Bucks and MK councils will thank you for, because you'll help them figure out what to do in their plans. You know, I will say to Bucks now and Milton Keynes, don't go writing another passive house policy. There it is. Go and take it from Ivers. Run that across the whole of your patch. No reason not to. Thank you very much.
Well, technical challenges notwithstanding, I think we all know that Neill knows his stuff when it comes to neighbourhood plans because many of us have dealt with him in the past. Thank you, Neill. Dealing with. What can I say? We are now moving on to our final speaker before we break for tea. I'd like very much to welcome Dan Purchese to come to the front. Dan represents Breakthrough Communications, who have done remarkable work from a background of understanding and participating in our sector absolutely, and helping us with our communications and many other challenges. Dan.
Good morning, everybody. I am acutely aware this morning that I am the only thing standing between you and a cup of coffee. So with that in mind, and a biscuit. So with that in mind, I'll be brief. This morning, I'm going to try and talk to you very briefly about the passion we have for community engagement, for engaging sustainably and effectively with the communities we serve. My name's Dan Purchese. I'm a local councillor in Sussex. I've served over the years as a borough, district, county and a town councillor. I started Breakthrough Communications with my colleague James 4 years ago in order to help parish and town councils in particular communicate more effectively, more sustainably and more compliantly with their communities. And I recognise many faces around the room from training sessions we provided with your county association, and we help many of your councils, in fact, as well as principal authorities around the country, communicate with audiences in their community. And this morning, I want to think about how do we take people on a journey? What is your council's vision, your council's plan? What are the things that matter to you? How do we sustainably and effectively communicate those things to your community in appropriate volume over time, so those things can be heard and understood and we get community support, buy-in, engagement, etc. Let's have a little bit of audience participation. Hands up if in your council you have, now you might call it something a bit different, but either a clear vision, an action plan, a business plan, key priorities that matter to you. Hands up if that applies to your council. About half to 2/3 of the room, good stuff. We might call it something different, but fundamentally, in most of our councils, we have a vision. We know, as councillors, as clerks, where we want to take our community and where we sit from a community engagement perspective. We have things that matter to us. We have priorities that matter to us. It could be your services. It could be your facilities. It could be your partnership working. It could be the actions and projects you're carrying out from a climate change perspective, biodiversity perspective, and so much more. But as a question, and I'd encourage you to take this away and think about it, what would you like your community to know and understand about your council? If I was to go and knock on 50 doors in your village, in your town, in your community and say, tell me what you know about the council, what would residents tell me? Would they mix you up with Buckinghamshire Council possibly for some services? I can see a few heads nodding. Or Milton Keynes. That is quite common, for example, where residents do not differentiate between tiers of local government. What is it you would want residents to know and understand about your council and the work you're doing? And all of the priorities that you have, whether they're long-term priorities or temporary things you're doing, when you're working on projects, for example, how do you communicate those priorities over time and make them sustainable? As with anything, effective communication starts with a really good strategy. We mustn't conflate strategy with policy. The two are related, but they're not the same thing. Our communications and community engagement strategy should inform our council's communications policies and not the other way around. And a strategy should set out our vision for what good looks like across all of our communications. And actually, I take the view, whether we're working with a small rural parish with a part-time clerk and no other officer support, or a large town council with a multi-officer team, or indeed our work with principal authorities, every council should take a strategic approach to community engagement and communication. The difference is scale, whether we're small, whether we're large, the resource that we have. And when we've thought about our strategic approach, we can then create effective communications objectives that are smart in nature, so that we can answer the question, how are we doing? Are our communications effective? Do you believe the communications and engagement in your community is effective. It may well be, or there may be things that we can improve. When we've created our strategy, we can start to think about messages. And when I say messages, I mean the things we want to communicate over time. Building on what Neill was just saying about, the great work he and his organisation do around neighbourhood plans. If you as a council are going through a neighbourhood planning process, your messages, the things you want to communicate, are in no small part going to be heavily linked to the stage-by-stage process of neighbourhood planning. If you are working with Bucks or Milton Keynes Council around devolution of a service or an asset, or you're working in partnership, that might be a priority for messages too. We can then think about the channels we use. Should we be doing more on social media? Should we be innovating with our high visibility communications? What are the best ways to reach young people? We can start to think about these questions. And who's going to deliver it? It's all very, now I can say this as a councillor myself, and I'm sure I've said this in the past, it's fine, the clerk can do it. Well, for the clerks in the room and the officers in the room, I genuinely know how busy you are. And when councillors say that to me, or even when other officers say it, we say, we've got to ensure that our communications are resource appropriate and sustainable. When we've created a strategy, we can then put together a plan. And thinking about what we're looking at this morning and today, thinking about your council's work on the climate change agenda, the meaningful, positive, powerful things each and every one of your communities is doing or planning to do, we can start thinking, okay, in 2023, what's our plan? What does our communications and community engagement plan look like, and how does it tie in to our work on sustainability, biodiversity, the climate change agenda, and so forth? We need an end-to-end approach. We've got to think about how we communicate over time and how that communication is going to impact on the work of the council. Will it help inform councillors in making better decisions? Will it create an evidence base? Will it help us improve our partnership working? Will it allow us to report back to our community, specific demographics, and to partners on what we're doing? Having created a plan, we then need to think about, okay, how do we make all of this sustainable? What are the specific things we can do? What channels do we use? Is there anything, dare I say it, we should stop using or do differently? Those are all questions that councils ask themselves around this stuff. So we need to think how we live and breathe communications, because fundamentally, good communications isn't just a nice to have. It's not just the sort of icing on the cake. We think, well, we can sort of do a bit of communication. We have a website. We have a Facebook page. Lovely. But how are all of those things tools? How are each and every one of our communications channels within our councils tools to help us sustainably communicate and engage with our community? Quick show of hands again. Let's just get a sense of the room and what your council does. Please raise your hand if your council has and makes positive use of notice boards. I suspect that's everyone. Fantastic. Do you know what? I love a good notice board. My wife, Katherine, doesn't like when we go on holiday around the UK. One of the first things I do, genuinely, it's a notice board. And I'll go and have a look at it. I'm not actually joking, I'll do it. And because I love to see how councils use very traditional communications channels, such as billboards, notice boards, banners, to communicate. And increasingly, councils are finding innovative ways to communicate using traditional methods. Some are installing digital notice boards. Some, I've seen councils recently put great big QR codes in posters with QR codes in the notice boards, encouraging people to get their phone, scan the QR code at the notice board, and sign up to an e-newsletter. For example, that's innovation right there at a very simple, low-cost, easy level. Hands up if you have at least one social media account as a council that you use. Most of you, that's about 90% of the room. Keep your hands up if you've got at least 2 social media channels that you use. Oh, about 10, 15%. Hands up if you've got at least 3 social media channels that you use. A few of you. Okay, fantastic. Hands up if you've got an e-newsletter. An electronic newsletter? Some of the room, hands up if you've got a printed newsletter or content that goes into a local publication or something similar. Interesting, okay. And I think actually we'll pause there because otherwise I could do lots and lots and lots of channels. But actually, there are so many communications channels available to us. And the danger is something that I know many of us, myself included, can be guilty of: shiny object syndrome. SOS. Something new and shiny, let's use that. Actually, with communications, less can sometimes be more, and everything should be resource-led. But actually, what about external communications opportunities, such as making use of the press and media? For example, making use of social advertising, where we actually put our content, the messages, the things we have to say, in front of our residents who may not currently engage with our council. Communications channels should be both analogue and digital. Communication is all around us. We are exposed to thousands of pieces of communication every day, whether we realise it or not. If we've got something important to say as a council about our work on climate change, biodiversity, anything you are doing, say it and say it again, and say it again, and say it again, and build up a narrative, a story, a picture about what your council is doing. Who's going to tell people these things? What voices are we using? Are we making use of the chair or mayor? Are we working with partners? You know, who are the voices that are going to communicate these messages? And something that I'm quite interested in, when I was a town councillor a few years ago and I chaired a committee, we used to get the same 4 or 5 people coming to every meeting. Has anyone ever experienced that? Yeah? Quite a few saying yes. Well, how do we reach beyond what I like to term the usual suspects? By which I mean, how do we engage with people, get heard by and hear from people who may not even be aware the council is even there, or they conflate it with the principal authority, or sometimes even the ecclesiastical councils as well? That can be a challenge. So we need to think about our plan for effective communication and how we can make it sustainable. Crucially, start with your strategy. And your strategy should set out, what does good look like for your council? What do you want to have achieved by the end of 2023 from a communications and engagement perspective? What are the 3 key messages you would like residents and perhaps stakeholders to know and understand about your council by the end of next year? Those are some good starting point questions to start thinking about your approach to communication and engagement in 2023, because actually, if we get this right, we can take our communities with us on a journey, and it won't just be the work your council is doing, it'll become community-led, and that is super powerful when it works well. Very happy, we're exhibiting also here today, showcasing a service we offer called Council Hive. I'm also very happy while we're here today to discuss your council's communications. If you have any questions or think, we're stuck on this thing, we're really not sure how to do X, we're here all day, be delighted to share with you. I will also just mention very briefly, I'm not going to dwell on this, the service we provide to in fact, some of your parishes already, and many more around the country, is called Council Hive. We know you're busy, as clerks and officers in particular, and Council Hive gives clerks and officers access to bite-sized training on demand, resource packs, including a brand new climate change resource pack that's coming out shortly, templates, best practice on all aspects of community engagement, as well as GDPR and FOI compliance. You shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. Each of your councils is doing amazing work on climate change, on sustainability, in addition to your day-to-day service provision. Our mission is to help you do that more effectively. Be delighted to talk with you about it. Equally, if you have questions, we're here all day. I think I've managed to come in 3 minutes early. So I'll hand you back. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mike, Neill and Dan, for starting us off this morning. I'm now going to ask Kelly to come and take the stage and talk to us about responsible investments. Kelly.
That's okay. Sorry, I don't have any slides, so it's just me. I hope that is okay with everybody. So thank you ever so much for having me here. I'm just going to take, I think it's about 15 minutes on the agenda, so hopefully it's only going to be about that. And then I think we go on to a little bit of a panel, a bit of Q&A between myself and Katherine. But thank you very, very much. So who am I? Why am I here? So my name is Kelly Watson. I'm the Head of Local Government Relationships at CCLA. So CCLA, for those of you that aren't aware, is an organisation that manages money for public sector bodies. So it's churches, charities, local authorities, so predominantly public sector, that's what we do. So faith-based organisations, we are the largest UK charity investment manager, and we are one of the largest local authority investment managers, but we're one of a number in the local authority space. CCLA has been around for a very long time, so actually our origins go back to 1958 when the churches and local authorities began pooling their investments many, many years ago. We're an organisation that looks after organisations irrespective of size, and that is part of our mission. So we work with organisations from the very biggest right down to the very smallest. So depending on the type of organisation, we do have some organisations that can invest with us anything from £1 upwards. Local authorities, I'm afraid there's a slightly higher limit, but we do look to work with organisations of all shapes and sizes. I ended up at CCLA 3.5 years ago, and I really enjoy what I do. Prior to joining CCLA, I was a Section 151 officer. So for those of you that are aware, that's a sort of Director of Finance, Chief Finance Officer. And actually, I was over the border in Northamptonshire. So I was a Section 151 officer for South Northamptonshire and Cherwell District Councils, prior to South Northamptonshire no longer existing and becoming part of Northamptonshire Unitary. So one of my lovely jobs was to split my finance team, split my procurement team, facility and everything, and then let one half go off into South Northamptonshire. But I chose that actually I wanted to take a different path, and I joined CCLA just prior to Unitary starting. Outside of all of that, I am a real person. I'm not just somebody that stands in front of people and talk about CCLA. So outside of my day job, I like to do some quite random things. So I did a skydive last year. I love walking. So one of the things that I do quite like to do is walk all over the country and look for waterfalls. So if anyone has any recommendations for anywhere where you can go and find them, please let me know, because I am always looking for somewhere else to walk right across the country. What I quite like to do at these events is find out a little bit more about those that I'm talking to as well. So I do have a couple of questions for everybody in the audience, if you will allow me. So one of my very first jobs when I started at the age of 14 was I was a cleaner. So I cleaned in a residential home for elderly mentally infirm. So I was around people with some of the most horrific diseases that you could possibly have. And that was one of my first jobs. And I really enjoyed it for 2 years. I then became a carer at the age of 16. So that's one of the first things that I did. But at the age of 14, I started earning some money, and I'm quite pleased about that. I don't know if my colleague Lee is in the room. I can't actually see him. No, that's fine. So I was going to ask him to give his, but is anyone willing to share what their first job was and what age they started working? Oh, we've got hands up already. We have got a roving microphone. Fantastic. Sorry, I should have pre-warned about this, shouldn't I? So I think we've got Sue. No. Okay. Yeah. Should we start here? Yep.
Hi, I'm Katherine. I currently work for MKCC, but my first job was at British Home Stores, which no longer exists. And I got it because I did work experience there with the sole purpose of getting a job afterwards. And all my friends were doing things like working at the newspapers and things, really exciting things. And I worked in a shop, and it gave me the foundation of where I am now.
That's brilliant. What age?
16.
16. So I saw a couple of hands just come up over here. Okay, so it will just come here first if that's all right, and then we'll come over. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Katherine. Spelled with a K this time. My first job was when I was 15, and I had to go and find it myself because the school and my parents wanted me to go into a factory, and I wouldn't. I went to a dog's kennel, and I spent a year working in the dog's kennel, and then the police came in and offered me a job working with their dogs, which upset me dad no end. He wanted me to go into a shop or something, but that is what I did because I felt there was so much I could do with animals out there, because it wasn't just about looking after dogs and training dogs. You had to know the environment to make sure the dogs didn't hurt themselves when they were running through things. So I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Thank you for sharing. So over at the back there.
Hello. It's louder than I thought it was going to do. Hello, I'm Steve from Wifton Community Council. My first job, I worked with Milton Keynes Play Association, supporting their summer play schemes in the parks, and I started at 12, mostly because I thought I had a job. It transpires that my dad was paying them £10 a week to keep me occupied, and then they'd pay me £2 a day at the end of the week. So essentially, my dad paid 10 quid to keep me out of his hair for the summer.
Brilliant, thank you. Have I got one more? Yep, do you go over here?
Hello, I'm Denzel. I started work in Geneva in 1977 for McDonald's. I was 17.
Wow.
Flipping burgers.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you ever so much. You will have to ask my colleague Lee actually outside what his job was. He thinks it's really boring. I think it was quite interesting, but I'll let you have a conversation with him if you want to find out what he actually did. So I'm not going to spend too much time sort of talking about CCLA in depth, but I want to talk just a little bit more about what we do outside of us just being a pure investment manager. So we do manage money. We've got an account that's effectively daily access. We've got some longer term investments. If you do want to have a conversation about those, please drop me an email, come and speak to us. But actually we do more than that. What we do is a lot of work on our clients' behalf, and actually on behalf of society, more of sort of a moral good. What we do is we see ourselves as guardians and stewards of public money in exactly the same way as you are. Our roots come from the public sector, and so I think we've got a lot of that public sector ethos that actually runs through us as an organisation as well. We have got a publication which does talk about a couple of the things that I'm just about to touch on. So please feel free to go and have a look through. But a couple of things similar that actually, the things that we do are for similar reasons for local authorities. So local authorities themselves can't directly influence sort of carbon emissions and the carbon economy, decarbonisation, that kind of thing. But actually the ability to influence is much bigger. That applies to CCLA as well. So our direct influence is limited. So what we do is we focus on our ability to influence a much wider audience. And we do that through a few different ways. And we've got some key initiatives and engagement work that we do. One of those is around modern slavery. So, I mean, I can't believe we're in 2022 and I'm stood here and we're even having to talk about modern slavery. But it exists and it is happening right across the world. We have an initiative called Find It, Fix It, Prevent It. And so what we have done is we've come together with a coalition of investors. So effectively, we're working with our competitors. And combined, we have over 7 trillion assets under management. So actually, our ability to influence is tiny, but bring this collective investment universe together, we have a much bigger voice. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to use that. So what we're doing is we're lobbying, we're raising awareness, and we're working with these organisations through our ability as investors to work with those organisations to find modern slavery. Once they have found it, try and fix it, and then do something about it going forward. So we've got lots of work on that going forward. We have very recently, in the last 2 weeks, launched again another engagement investor coalition around cost of living crisis. So we're using our ability as investors to bring other investors together, and we have written to the top 100, initially the top 100 companies within the UK, and we are asking them what they are doing to support their own workforce with the cost of living crisis. We're currently working through the responses that we are getting, and we will be publishing something. So we've had a number, I think we're about 60 out of 100 responses that we've had. From the initial results that we've received, we have got some positive stuff, as well as some sort of kind of holding responses. So we'll see how it all comes together. But it's one of those other things that we're doing. So we have written on behalf of a coalition of investors, again, bringing that much bigger voice together to do something on behalf of the workforce and ultimately the consumers that will buy products from those organisations. If you take better care of your staff and your employees, they will then ultimately have a better impact on the consumers. A couple of months, where are we now? October. So in May, we launched the CCLA Corporate Mental Health Benchmark. And what we did initially was to go through the top 100, FTSE 100 companies in the UK, and we wrote to them. And what we have also done since then is we have scored them. So we have benchmarked all of the top 100 organisations in their ability and what they are doing to support their own workforce from mental health and wellbeing perspective. We have got a publication on it, but what we're doing is trying to encourage these organisations to demonstrate that they're taking it seriously, that they're doing something that will support their workforce. 3 weeks ago, on Mental Health Day, we actually launched that across the globe. So we have taken our corporate mental health benchmark and we have now scored the global top 100 organisations on their ability to support their own staff and the mental health and well-being agenda. So we've taken it much, much wider. Now, as an organisation, we don't directly invest with all of those organisations. We will some, but again, we can only influence so much. By making sure we come together with our investment community, we can do a lot more. Now, the message that I'm giving here, there isn't a message about collaboration, cooperation, it's not about that. It's just talking about the way we seek to do more on behalf of our clients and for the public good. So I'm going to leave it there because I think I'm about at my time limit. I'm going to hand over to Katherine and look to take some questions in a little while. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. We're now going to hear from Katherine Brown. Revolutionary lighting. I actually preferred the title pizzazz because I think that that's what Blachere offers to our lampposts. Katherine.
And whilst the slides are just being uploaded, I was trying to think. I started my first job, Kelly, when I was 14. I'm from Wales, don't hold it against me, and lived in a seaside resort. So my first job at 14 was in the seaside little novelty shop. And if I found out anyone was staying in a caravan park for more than a week, I taught them how to sing which is the longest place name in Europe, and it happens to be not far from where I was. So that's what I was doing at 14. Prior to working for Blachere, though, I was a clerk for 15 years, so I can sympathise with everybody in the room. I know exactly what you're going through. But on that note, we're up and ready. So, yes, I'm here today very proudly, actually, to talk about what Blachere are doing. Someone came up to the stand earlier and said, really strange to see a Christmas lighting company at a climate change conference. I'm thinking, well, it's not really, because we are the only company in the world that can offer you eco-responsible lighting. So we're really proud to be able to be here today to talk to you a little bit more about that. So at Blachere, 50% of our research and development budget goes in to trying to find better ways of being sustainable. We've currently got 2 ranges. Our first one is a sugarcane-based product called BioPrint. If we're honest, people didn't quite understand that, and we were getting questions like, do they dissolve in the rain? No, they don't. So the second one, RecyPrint, which is what the stand outside is made from recycled plastic bottles, hence the comments earlier on. So everybody in the room will understand that we can now turn those plastic bottles into beautiful festive lighting. The stand that we have outside, 900 plastic bottles were recycled to make that stand. So we understand that it's a small part in a very big problem, but it's real, so we're actually making a difference. Now, these figures I'm going to share with you today are so scary, and that's why, as a company, we decided we had to do something. I'm not here to talk about our competitors, but we are honestly 7, 8, if not 9 years ahead of any technology anybody else is using. And guess what? We've painted it all, so they can't do it. Oops. But if we go through this list, I think you'll be alarmed. Wait for it. The 3rd top cause of death in the world is pollution. I wasn't expecting to see that figure up there. Just under cancer. Now, cancer, unfortunately, in my family is rife, but pollution just under cancer. Just digest that for a minute, because I think that's scary. So, hence why Blachere thought we had to do something. You know, we all use plastic bottles. I don't think we're going to get to a stage for quite some time where there aren't plastic bottles. So as long as we can then use them wisely, we might as well be honest. We're not going to lose them overnight. But and a lot of companies out there are doing things with them. So Blachere are just trying to play their small part in that. We don't want to be seeing pictures like the vortex of plastic. It's enormous, the amount of plastic that ends up in the oceans. And, as I say, we're doing a very small part to try and clean those up. And obviously, over the years, population has significantly increased. Hence, we create more rubbish between us. Hence, the problems are now tenfold. So, by producing less plastic is one route and is beginning to happen. But if we then reuse the plastics that are in circulation, then hopefully we can make a difference. So hence, as I mentioned earlier, we created Recyprint. There's a short video which hopefully will bring it to life.
500 million plastic bottles are produced around the world, and about 8 million tons of waste end up in the seas and the oceans. This situation has to come to an end. Protecting the planet, not just an option, our duty. We came up with an idea. Recycling bottles to turn them into magical decorations. We wanted this project to be equally responsible and fun. That's why we created amusing animal-shaped containers. Both children and adults can come and sort out as many plastic bottles as possible. Certified bodies specialized in recycling then come to collect and recycle this plastic and turn it into granules. This material is then injected into our 3D printers, which create our Recyprint Illuminations. Now you know how we globally create structures that are as beautiful as they are responsible. We are Blachere, and we've been producing Illuminations for 50 years with care and passion.
So that's what we're doing with them. Don't you just love our eco-whale? Inside the eco-whale, it houses an industrial-sized bin. So you'll see these, they are starting to pop up and down the country. And it's genius, because people post their plastic bottles into the bin. Your local recycling centres collect them. We have an arrangement, we pick them up, we turn them into Christmas lights. But not only that, so that there's obviously an educational message, but it's also the footfall that these things are creating is immense. So you can really turn them into an educational tool and obviously circular economy and being seen to do your part. So any council that has signed up to a climate emergency plan, let's do a show of hands. How many councils that are represented in the room have signed up to a climate emergency plan? Probably just over half. Keep your hands up if your council do Christmas lights. Not as many, but still a fair few. I would suggest, now having been a clerk for 15 years, I know how the rules work, I know your standing orders tell you have to get 3 quotes and all that jazz. I honestly believe funding for our sector, I still call it our sector because I still feel part of it, will change. And there's going to come a point sooner rather than later where funding will be limited to people who show their sustainability. When that time comes, don't wait until that time comes, we should be the only festive lighting company you come to, because we are the only company in the world that can offer you eco-responsible lighting. So if you've got signed up, those people that had their hands up that you signed up to a climate emergency plan, I'll be very disappointed if you don't come and talk to us at lunchtime. I clocked you. So as well as the whale, we've got our turtle, which is exactly the same thing, houses the industrial size bin. So it's just a fun way of evolving the next generation that we're trying to protect. You know, we've messed it up for us, but let's try and save it for the children of the next generation. We currently have 9 robots. We're soon to be moving before May of next year up to 15, just to account for the demand. I'm hoping one day they might name one after me, but I doubt it very much. So quick recap. On the stand, we've got some of these snowflakes. So 4 bottles become a snowflake, 900 bottles become the stand that you see outside. We've decided that in the catalogue, having been, I try not to preach too much up having been a clerk, but I think knowing how the sector works, I sort of know what pushes some people's buttons. And I think it's really important that within the catalogue, we can show you how many bottles are used to create each piece. So then you can go to your electorate and, you know, hands on heart, know that you're making a difference, because you'll be able to say to them that, you know, our scheme has saved X amount of bottles. So within the catalogue, you'll see for each item how many bottles were used to recycle it. And I think that's quite a powerful message. So obviously the more we produce recycling, the less plastics are left on the oceans. And as I mentioned earlier, surprisingly enough, we've patented it. So yeah, we're doing all of this for the next generation, and collectively we can all make a difference. And if it is as simple as making sure not a single plastic bottle goes into a bin today, as was mentioned earlier, we can eventually turn it into beautiful items that will be hanging up from streets near you. And they will be, because we're doing Aylesbury Town Council this year. You may have noticed on our stand, my new friend, and if you follow us on social media, you'll see that Blue, which is the mother bear, is coming on tour with Gary and myself. Because of the work we're doing, WWF has recognised us as a company that they're willing to work with, because of the amount of efforts we're putting into trying to save the planet, which is huge for us. So Blue, because we're trying to save the ocean, and I'm going to call the baby one Green, because we're also trying to protect the planet. Is the WWF mascot for Blachere, which, as I say, comes with us everywhere now. And it's really special. I still get goosebumps. I have the pleasure of talking to people like you on a daily basis. And I enjoy it now because I can talk to you about such precious things like this. And for someone like WWF to recognise what we're doing, it just makes it all worthwhile to me. So we're specifically working with them to preserve the Mediterranean Sea. We've funded the Blue Panda boat, hence the name that we're giving Blue as our panda mascot. So it's not just about making pretty things that you see hanging up in towns and cities near you. It's going back to what Kelly was saying. It's about being more responsibility for the globe, if you like, not just our local towns and villages. So we're really proud of that partnership with them. And that's really all I've got to say as well, just to keep us dead on time.
If you do have a question for Kelly or Katherine, let me know and we'll yank them up to the front again.
I think this question is for any of the panel. If I just give a brief background of how this question came about. For the break at the bathroom, finishing washing her hands, I started talking with the Lieutenant Countess, and then she just mentioned that, oh, here we have the liquid soap and hand dryer, and then also the towel, the paper hand towel. Why do we need to have the two was the question. And I thought, true, why do we need to have the two in there? For the paper hand towel, we use the tree. For the electric hand dryer, electricity. So the question is it more sustainable to use the paper towel in the toilet or the electric hand dryer? And then,
that's only the first question.
Yeah. Then we went on to say, is paper recyclable once wet? The paper dispenser does not need to be plastic. Would it be better to go back to the cloth and dryer? And then we thought about the laundry cost. So all this question is on behalf, I'm just going to read it the way she wrote it here, Elizabeth Howe. Open for anyone, please.
I'm fairly sure that the paper towels will not be recyclable for various reasons. I suspect it depends on how you generate your energy as to whether it's a good idea to use the hand dryer or not. But for certain, using solid bar soap instead of liquid soap is going to be better for the environment.
Yeah, it's probably the same answer really, but I have seen one or two centres where they do have compostable towels that you have a special place for it, and they have compostable toilets as well, so they don't waste anything. Obviously you have to be careful what you flush and what you put in the bin. So, but yeah, it really depends on what energy source, and I know that some of the dryers now are really efficient, but probably. I wouldn't be able to say which is the best of the two, to be honest.
I've got another one over here for you.
Yes, thank you. It is a question for Katherine. I'm really excited about the eco Christmas lighting, but even that will come to the end of its useful life. And what happens to it when you can no longer use it?
We can then, because they are biodegradable, there's potentially an 18-week biodegradable compostable system, but we never let it get that far. We can break them down and we can reuse them through our systems, so they are completely reusable.
Thank you. Question over here.
Thank you. A question for the panel. Do you think the fact that Bucks Council are investing 63 million in fossil fuels is something that we can do something about as local parish councils and engage with?
If no one minds, I would like to speak on this. I know Milton Keynes City Council, who are part of the pension fund, the Buckingham Pension Fund. We have asked for Bucks to divest, and they have said they won't. If your clerks, I don't know if your clerks will be under the same pension fund, but you may want to make the same request of Bucks Pension Fund.
Great, thanks very much. Ed Gemmell, Haslemere Parish Council, also actually Bucks Council, bizarrely on the pension committee, having just heard that. I don't think I'd be saying anything too much to say that it's not only Milton Keynes that's on the pension committee. It's just a comment, perhaps my question to Neill actually, on the pensions, LGPS here, who have 2030 targets. There's also quite a number of parish councils who have employees in the scheme as well, like Haslemere, Haddenham, and a number of others. And all of us will be in breach of our climate emergency declarations on the 1st of January 2031 if the pension fund doesn't divest from fossil fuels. So it's not just Milton Keynes, there's more of us. A question really to Neill, actually, and slightly thinking back to what we're doing on the Haslemere neighbourhood plan, and you'll remember it much better than me if I get the facts wrong. But two different things. So one on trees and trying to protect our trees. Currently we've got in that we want a 25% canopy cover within 10 years. So we've extended what the Wickham plan is doing to try and get more tree coverage. Practically speaking though, once somebody's built something and they've convinced us that there's going to be 25% coverage over 10 years, how can we enforce that if there isn't after 10 years? Second one then is on building. If we've got in Passive House as well for new buildings coming in Haslemere, a bit like Ivors. So if somebody builds a building, say a 2-storey building in Hazelmere that's passive house, and then after that's all been approved and gone through, they go through permitted development and put 2 more floors on it, and that's not passive house, can they do that?
Thanks, Ed. Couldn't we have dealt with this as a steering group instead of in front of all of your peers? Let's see where the tree policy goes. I think the tree policy is another example of a neighbourhood plan wanting to innovate, wanting to stretch things. I think in a reasonable and evidenced way. And that's that you can't pluck things out of thin air, as you know, but you can innovate. And I think it's a good policy. It's not radically different to where Wickham were, but it's pushing it a little further. You will all know, that certainly those of you that have either done neighbourhood plans or have sat on planning committees, that a large part of the problem of the system is not about having policy, it's about how policy is implemented and enforced. And that sort of covers both of your queries, really. Then I don't know the answer to the second part. I suspect that, in fact, the way that the policy has been written is about additional building space. So it ought to apply to a proposal to extend. But if you can extend under permitted development rights, then of course that's not. That's been granted automatic permission by the General Permitted Development Order, as I'm sure you all know, and therefore a planning application isn't required, it's prior approval. And so right now at least, until the permitted development rights system is changed, then the answer is almost certainly no, you can't do that. But there are a lot of things that you're doing in neighbourhood plans that can be enforced. A lot of that is down to parish councils and town councils, frankly, and not enough of you. We think about only a third of those that make neighbourhood plans actively monitor how well your policies are being implemented. So that's just a general point, really. And to be honest, there really is no excuse for not putting in place even the most basic system, having invested that much time in your projects.
Hi, my name's Nick Kidby. I'm from the Haddenham Parish Council. I am also part of the climate emergency group dealing with home energy. That's my base. This isn't a question about home energy. This is a question about a question regarding a topic that I deal with as a professional. I work in financial services, and I work as an independent advisor, advising clients. And now the drive towards ethical, sustainable governance investing. And my question is, what are you doing in terms of lobbying councils in making them more clean for their environment? We just heard the lady talking about toilet tissue, hand towels, and the electricity being used to dry your hands. It seems a bit counterintuitive if you've got 2 methods to do that when we're trying to encourage people to become more sustainable. If we look at investing and investing in companies, the FTSE 100 is driving companies to become green. Otherwise, they won't hit a standard kite mark, which will enable them to then trade in the UK. Can we say that from a council perspective, are we also doing the same thing in terms of driving towards an ethical, sustainable environment? So councils becoming cleaner.
Just very quickly, it's kind of related, but I think a lot of it will come down to each individual council. But just my experience recently, I dealt with a council actually in Buckinghamshire. I won't say which one, but I mentioned social value before and how important that is. So trying to take on board all the ethical, environmental type of issues with every decision that you make and everything that you do. And I'm just astonished every time at how many councils have not, or especially councillors, haven't even heard of social value and what it means, never mind actually adopting these principles as a council. And I say that in my own parish council as well. It's exactly the same situation. And the work that I was doing with this parish council in Buckinghamshire, dealing with procurement, and when it came to evaluating tenders that would come in, I suggested quite a high value for social value on certain things. And their reaction was, no, it's all about cost. That was totally all they were cared about. They didn't care about the environmental factor. They didn't care about any ethical factors. That there's all these sort of things that I think it was their responsibility really to take on board. And I tried to sort of advise them on it. But I think there's an awful lot of work we can do nationally, locally, but especially at a level of town and parish councils to try and get this across, really, that it's every decision that's made, whether it be day-to-day decisions or especially on procurement more than anything, that we need to start thinking about social value, like the impacts on the environment and the impacts on other people, whether it be their work experiences or whatever. There's so many things that we need to start building into our decision making.
Hello, my name's Sue Ford. My question is, we've spoken a lot about carbon emissions and zero carbon emissions, and I'm a great advocate for solar panel energy. So I would like to know why we put up so many buildings in our areas, and particularly in Aylesbury, because I've lived in Aylesbury all my life, and so I've watched buildings go up quite a lot of building go up in Aylesbury over the last few years. So my question is why we're not using solar panels or solar energy on all of those buildings that we are putting up, all those roofs that could be making zero emission energy.
I could probably answer that unless you would like to.
No.
So this comes down to it's a matter of policy and law. So councils, there's a kind of a structure to the way planning is approved, and so you'll have your neighbourhood plans will be your kind of base level, and then you'll have your local plan, and then you'll have all the way up to your national planning policy framework. And at each of those levels, your developers or the people that are looking to build can appeal a decision. So if there's something in your local plan that they don't want to comply with, they can have a discussion with your planning department and say, for X, Y, and Z reasons, we can't deliver on this thing that the local plan asks for. And if the council overturns that and says, well, we still want you to comply, they can then appeal a decision, a refusal, to the planning inspectorate. And as long as they can demonstrate that they can't deliver on it, and I won't say anything controversial there, but I'll leave a pause. As long as they can demonstrate that they can't deliver it, then the planning decision made by your local council, your planning authority, will be overturned, or can be overturned, which can be very expensive, which means that local councils are very cautious about enforcing these types of things. There's also supplementary planning documents, so we've got quite I'm very proud of Milton Keynes' supplementary planning document around sustainability. A lot of hard work went into that, but you can only take these things so far before you will start to get pushback from developers or from people saying, well, actually what you're trying to do isn't deliverable. So in Milton Keynes, what we've done is we've said you need to deliver a building that's to a certain standard, or you need to make a contribution to our carbon offset fund, which we will then use to invest in local projects that should have a similar effect of putting solar panels on the building. And actually that carbon offset fund could be used to pay to retrofit solar panels. But I think you're absolutely right. There should be solar panels on every single building. It should be part of, or every single building that it's appropriate to have solar panels on. And there should be a minimum standard, and we do have minimum standards, but they don't go that far. But that, I think, has to come from the top. That has to come from government. That has to be enforced by government. And hopefully we will see that start to happen. Sorry if that was long-winded, but I hope that provides an element of clarity.
Thank you very much. Can I just say, it doesn't make sense to me that it costs rather a lot, or it's a builder that can say you can't implement this. So the government, if we lobbied Rishi, for instance, and we said we want solar panels on every single roof that's new build, I should say new build, because obviously you can't put one on a thatched roof. Well, I suppose you could actually do it if you wanted to. There'd be a way, wouldn't there? But you know, it's important that we, and I know from all of your points of view, it's important that we have zero emissions by 2030, is it? So we're still, how can we still be talking, I'm sorry about this everyone, how can we still be talking about it's okay if the building can't be done? If you can't build a building that's going to be zero emissions, how can that be okay?
I completely agree. I completely agree.
I'm sorry that's so long-winded, I'm just not very good at explaining myself.
No, your frustration, I think your frustration really comes through there, and I think you will find there's a lot of people in this room, there's a lot of people involved in local government who feel your frustration. However, for every minute of lobbying that goes to government from us, from people that share our views, or people in local government, there'll be many more minutes going in lobbying from other interests who have other priorities.
A rather naive question, I'm afraid. I obviously accept the fact that there is a global emergency as far as climate is concerned. I mean, that's a given. I represent a parish council which is semi-rural, semi-urban. We've got 3 or 4 wonderful commons that are immaculately looked after as far as I'm concerned. I may be wrong, but I think they are. And we have too much traffic through the village as well. But do I actually, in my own small way, do I actually have a climate emergency? Because I'm struggling, and it's obviously very naive, I'm struggling to think if I do, what I do about it.
In for a penny. There is, actually, Mike, you may know, there is a tool that I think operates at a parish scale where you can measure with some basic sort of census data, you can measure carbon footprint, can't you?
Yeah, we talked about it in my talk, the impact from the climate change. What's their full title?
It's a relatively, so that answers your first question. So you,
I accept that we have got.
but you'll be able to measure it. You'll be able to see with this tool, if I'm thinking of the right one, it breaks it down into what it is about your parish that is contributing to that carbon footprint. So things like the relative affluence, perhaps, of a community taking more than the average number of foreign holidays, for example, or commuting patterns to work. So I'm not sure what sort of health warning there is on the data, especially if it's operating at a parish level. I'm sure there must be, but in 1 or 2 projects we've run, that's being used just to offer some insights. Does that feel like the kind of place we are? And if it does, then it's giving you perhaps a hint as to what you could do about it in your own small way. So I think the answers those questions can be answered, and I suppose most of us here would agree that we all need to do little bits, and if we all do little bits, then it'll turn into something very big. But
Can I just, are you asking if there's an emergency or not in your village, in your town?
Well, I say I accept the fact that there is a global emergency and there's a UK emergency, and I'm sure there's a Buckinghamshire emergency. I can't argue with that. Therefore, by definition, I must have an emergency in my very small neck of the woods. It's just that apart from traffic, and the cost of doing anything about traffic, as we have tried to slow it down or what have you, is astronomical, absolutely astronomical. And if I do have a climate emergency, I'm probably being tunnel vision, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, I think some of the evidence that came out recently was quite interesting, saying that the big thing about communities is it's going to hit the most vulnerable in our communities, climate change. So it'll be the elderly, the sick, the younger people. And I suppose it's just looking at it from a context of local councils, as parish and town councils, just having a responsibility for our communities, really, knowing that the impact it's going to have in coming years, like those heat waves we had, they're just going to get worse and worse, and droughts as well. So that they're the impacts, and then you can start thinking about what you can do on a local scale. So it's not going to just be the traffic that's happening. There's all the other things in your community that people are heating their houses or using water or consuming, all the different things that we can try and address as well.
If I can just say, we have an example of a climate impact report actually developed for one of the councils here today. We have an example on the front desk where you did your registration this morning, and you can see how it looks at your parish, the demographics of your parish, your total carbon footprint, and suggests areas, including talking to local farmers, local industries, if you have any in the area, all manner of things. Areas not only where you can make an impact, but where you can apply influence to create an impact. So if you'd like to have a look at that later, you're very welcome. And as I said earlier, all of your clerks will be receiving a link to generate your own carbon impact report.
Thank you. We have a question over here.
Going back to Kelly, one of my first jobs in management was to run a renewable energies conference in 1978, and it was called Wind, Sun and Waves. And we haven't achieved an awful lot in the 44 years since. My question is, West Wickham Parish has the village of West Wickham in it, which is a National Trust village, which is a conservation area. In that village, we have a village hall built in 1960, which has no architectural merit whatsoever. We don't have gas, so all the heating is electric. The windows are the original windows. We would like to replace those windows, but planning won't let us have the cheaper alternative double glazed UPVC windows. We've got to have wooden framed ones, which on some of the UPVC you wouldn't know it wasn't wood. And the National Trust, because it's a National Trust village, will not let us have solar panels if they're visible from the high street. So we're being destroyed by the very people that are asking us to be sustainable.
Those pesky planners. There's a lot of debate in my profession about some of these policy objectives that are now in conflict. They weren't a few years ago. We never really thought about that. Heritage was always regarded as, a natural good. What you've exposed is an interesting area of policy now, where they're not that well synchronized in certain locations, and there's a lot of debate about this. My view has always been, well, ultimately it's the closer to the location that the decision is made in how to strike that balance between a heritage objective here and a sustainability objective there, the better. And one of the many reasons I like neighbourhood plans is they provide that opportunity to say, okay, we've got these 2 or 3 or 4 competing objectives. We are, as a community, are in the best place to strike that balance. And as long as we're not unreasonable, then we can do so. And you can write policy, and we have done this in places, to do just that, that would lead to a planning authority being able to approve what you want to do, or rather to struggle to refuse what you want to do? I suppose the National Trust's influence is as a landowner, or is it just as a consultee?
No, they own all the houses, but they don't own the village hall. It's on their
Yeah. Yeah, it is an ongoing debate, and we talked earlier about passive house and listed buildings. You know, they're not that compatible. So how do you go about that? So, but at least we're having that conversation now. We weren't having that conversation 10 years ago, let alone 1978.
Right, we've got time for 5 quick questions because your lunch is served. So I'm going to go to my colleague Sue.
Chair of Aylesbury Town Council's Planning and Licensing Committee. I share the frustration about solar panels, particularly given the developments that have taken place around Aylesbury. But my question is about developers and greenwashing. Not so far from here, there was an application to build a block of flats on a vacant plot, which included a lovely green wall. And we actually, on the committee, decided to support that application. It was something we wanted. Aylesbury suffers dreadfully from air pollution, and this was, we thought, a cracking idea. Got passed, developers came back, we can't afford the green wall, we've removed it. How do we stop, how do local councils and the principal planning authorities stop developers from getting permission, including brilliant green measures, and then simply throwing them in the bin because they claim they can't afford them?
Thank you. I'm going to start with something a little bit controversial. This one's working now. You don't want me in stereo. No, it is. Do you know what? They might have been right to turf out that green wall, possibly. I think that, you know, with limited resources, it depends on what the overall objective is. You've got 2 experts here, Dusty Gedge and Chris Bridgman, who are talking later about green roofs and the benefit of green infrastructure. Green walls certainly have their place, but they're not necessarily something which is going to suit all, and they are expensive. You know, hundreds if not thousands of pounds a square metre, pretty thirsty when we're trying to conserve water. The reason I know this is I used to work with green walls and living roofs and green infrastructure. And so I'm desperately keen that, you know, I think sometimes we expect our planners to know everything. They need to draw on all the expertise that's out there and some of the really, really good work that's being done, and we'll see with Chris's example of the green roofs at IKEA. And with a nod to the questions about solar, where people think that they either have to have solar or could they possibly have a green roof. Well, actually, there's good examples now of where the 2 are combined. So you're benefiting with energy, as you should, from a space that's completely utilised, but also ticking your biodiversity as well by having a green roof which sits under the solar panels. By happy coincidence, a green roof keeps the solar panels at their optimum operating temperature. So there's an awful lot that can be done with green infrastructure if it's done the right way, and the way to do that, and what I would implore everybody, is to have those conversations early. The Wildlife Trusts have an initiative called Building with Nature. The idea being that you bring the stakeholders together at the outset of a project and you design nature into the fabric of that development, that project. Now, I can give you an example, actually. You mentioned Aylesbury. There's a development there, Barratt Homes and RSPB, who collaborated with a nature reserve, which is part of the development. The reason I mention it is because Barratt Homes have found that those homes associated with that development, where they actually didn't populate it with as many properties as they could have done, those houses have sold at a premium, and there was more demand for them because they were in a more green and pleasant place to live and work. So that's what a developer's interested in. And there's an awful lot that can be done, I think, on green infrastructure. And so green walls have their place, I would say, and quite possibly, sir, in your example, you know, they should have left it there. But I tell you what, a green wall where you plant our native ivy in the ground, give it a good growing bed, give it a structure that lifts it away from the building, make sure it can go up to the height that you want. That is a lot cheaper. It will have pollinators, it will have birds nesting in it. It's a fantastic habitat, and it will cost you a fraction. So green infrastructure is a wonderful thing. We've got to bring nature into the cities, not expect people to go out to remote nature reserves, but yeah, just be careful how the money is spent. Sorry, that was a long... Well, I haven't said anything yet, so I had to say something.
Thank you, Russell. Right, rapid fire questions and answers now, please.
Hello. Katherine Bunting from Great Missenden Parish Council. This is a really great event. Thank you very much. I look around and I see lots of people who are completely on board that we have a climate emergency. Those people have bothered to come here. What ideas can you give us from the panel to get the people that we really need to come here and listen so that they can start making the changes that we need?
I think the example I just gave there of Barratt Homes, who have been, it proved in that development that by designing nature in and by involving the community and the people that they do want to embrace as part of their planning permission journey, it's actually borne fruit for them. They have sold their properties, they've benefited commercially. So engaging those people early on in the design, I would say, is the way to go.
I've seen in the last 3 or 4 years on neighbourhood plan projects a correlation between an interest in climate change or using neighbourhood plans to tackle climate change and younger people, either as parish councillors or town councillors or on a steering group. Perhaps not surprising, but if a parish or a town council has publicised the fact that it's one of the things it wants to do with its neighbourhood plan is to deal with this kind of policy, you're more likely to attract people, if they're not already on a town or a parish council, but in the community, onto a steering group to help do that. So, I mean, it's early days, but we're seeing signs of that.
So just very quickly as well in response, it's a good question. I think it's I think things have changed an awful lot. Obviously, the climate change agenda has worsened, but I think people are more aware now, and there is more information. I think the big problem we have is behaviour. We're just not changing our behaviour. Also, yeah, I mentioned before, government and councils are lagging behind, principal councils are lagging behind, and other agencies, and especially business. But I think the talk that was given by Daniel earlier before on engagement and communication, that's really key. That's something that we should all be adopting, and some of the advice that he put up on the slides was really good, I thought, about a way of getting our information across, getting a positive information and not alienating people. And we're not going to bring the whole population with us. There's always going to be at least about a third of people who just don't care or are not going to feel as though it's anything to do with them. But there's that middle group of probably about 40–50% of people who I think we can engage with, and we can bring on this, it's been mentioned a few times, on this journey with us. And we have to, we haven't got any choice. So that's where I think the engagement is so important. And it's not just to our communities, it's to our councils as well, because we've all got councils where there's if you excuse the language, we've got a few dinosaurs on a few local councils who just probably don't believe in climate change or green issues as it is. So there's a job to do within our councils, but also within our communities.
Can I just say something else?
Got there first.
I was turning off. I think it raises a bigger point, actually. I think sometimes a local council, a parish or a town council, has to lead rather than follow on some of this work, and it'll instinctively know what the right thing to do is or the right sort of things to discuss. But it may, we've seen this, and it's easier looking from the outside in. It gets nervous about having that conversation because it thinks that people out there are not interested or are against it, and it'll back away before it even has the conversation. The more confident a town or a parish council is, self-confident, I think the more likely it is to want to step in, well, I say put their head above the parapet a little bit, but it very rarely is, because usually if you ask that question, in our experience, in a project framework, the answer's positive.
So perhaps some workshops between town parish councils, some developers and our principal authorities to discuss the way forward.
Could I add an answer, and then we can move on quickly? Sorry. I just want to build on something that was said about children and young, I think it was young people, but I think children actually are incredibly important, and I hope Councillor Hopkins doesn't mind me pulling him out, but listening to Councillor Hopkins in full council talking about how the birth of his grandchild changed or kind of really illuminated for him how important it was to preserve for future generations was quite inspiring. And we also at Milton Keynes Council have a scheme called Eco Warriors, which works with children. It's thinking about like the poke factor, the nudge factor, your children, your grandchildren nagging you to recycle or to be more kind of environmentally aware. And I do think that as parishes, that's something that you might be able to do. You could kind of have a scheme or sponsor a program talking to young people, involving, children, working with schools and encouraging actions that are relevant to your very local parish area.
Thank you. Next question.
That's very timely for what I want to ask. If we were carbon neutral at this moment, we'd still be in a lot of trouble. Why aren't we asking for carbon negative?
So Milton Keynes Council has we've said we'll become carbon neutral by 2030. And we then have a further commitment to become carbon negative by 2050. I mean, we'll probably become carbon negative in 2031, I would have thought, but that aspiration is there to work towards being carbon negative, thinking, I think there's so much potential around housing and building in the ways that we can use our homes, we can use our buildings to generate energy, to take it away from other places. We can capture carbon in our homes. It's not that easy at the moment, but the technology's there, it's developing. We can have green roofs. There's so much potential with developing, whilst also looking at protecting our natural environments and improving biodiversity. I think there's a lot of promise there around carbon negativity and development.
It's such an enormous topic. I know it's divisive, but we've got to warn people of the change that's coming. To go really carbon negative, we are going to cut jobs. You look surprised, and that really worries me. Yeah.
I think
You have to change what.
It's.
Hi there, Tony Marmo, Chesham Town Council. I've previously worked for a principal authority who wanted to get into development in order to fill their budget gap. They did that with a percentage that they wanted as a profit on a scheme, but then realised that they had a climate emergency pledge and then needed to do sustainability initiatives within that scheme, and then realised they've got themselves into a bit of a pickle in that they can't do both at the same time and achieve both targets. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, building warranties at the moment on green walls. If the government goes down to 11 metres, the building warranties companies won't warrant the buildings if there's any green walls or green roof planters at this stage. I've got experience of that. How do we help developers, because I've been a developer and now I'm on the council side, get closer to the sustainability agenda and at the same time still achieve the profits that they need to achieve in order to meet the needs of their directors?
Your green light's on, Mike, so you better answer that.
I haven't got a clue.
I'm not touching this one.
Without, I don't work for Barratt Homes, but I think that development is a good example of where the developer has a good outcome. You know, they have commercially done well on that project, from what I'm told is in the public domain. I always think with developers, you've got a sales brochure, and every development brochure will have butterflies, birds, greenery plastered all over it. Well, you go to a lot of them when they're built, and there's scarce little of that. And I think that developers have to be shown the way to a successful commercial outcome for themselves, but the wider benefits to the community, to the nature crisis that we're in, are huge. And I'm very pleased that conversation now seems to be gathering momentum. If I mentioned biodiversity to somebody 5 years ago, they'd sort of give you a blank look. Now it's a recognised term, and people are beginning to understand what it really means. John Muir said that if a man tugs at something in nature, he finds it's attached to everything else, and that's very true. And he said that in 1901. So I think, again, it comes down to this influence right at the outset of projects, of engaging everybody as early as possible in the process. The developer will have a better development, and he'll have a smoother, quicker, and probably lower cost journey through planning, and the community and the stakeholders, the residents and everybody else, and nature will get a better outcome at the end of it.
Chris Jordan, Botolphin, East Claydon Parish Council. I wonder if members of the panel share my concern, indeed scepticism, over the use of carbon and biodiversity offset measures. It seems to me that large and small developers can use this as a means of saying it's not my problem. And also the fact that you may plant a forest in Wales as a carbon offset measure, but that kind of takes away the point of improving the position locally, and the same with biodiversity. If you're taking away the biodiversity and shipping it off somewhere else, it seems to me that's taking away the whole point of what we're trying to achieve.
I'll just say that I know there was a lot of scepticism from environmental groups when this came out, this scheme, and I think it was called a developer's charter, wasn't it, by some people. Yeah, I must say I'm a little bit cynical. I think in principle it's fine, but it can be misused, and it will be misused. So you could replace an ancient woodland with, there's a misconception that you could plant an ancient woodland with something equally big with newly planted trees, and it's just ridiculous. It's like trying to replace a masterpiece, piece of art with something that's been drawn in a school classroom. In principle, it's fine, but it's very difficult to replicate some of these offsetting in reality, and especially if it's not even geographically in the same place. Mm-hmm. So I think there are better ways to do things personally, but in principle, it could be used positively.
I know I've already said something about it today, but I would like to call out the carbon offset that's been set up as part of the Sustainable Planning SPD supplementary planning document. And that's about, so I am also not a fan of offsetting. However, with Milton Keynes, we've made that offsetting happen locally. So yes, house builders can offset their carbon obligations, but we will then be making sure that that offset is delivered locally within the borough, well, within the city, and will be done by local people to benefit local people.
Could I please just give me 2 minutes? Thank you. Future Nature, which is BMKALC's ecological consultancy, we deal a lot with biodiversity net gain, and I think there's definite pros and cons to the legislation, which will come into force November next year. Now, on the one hand, you could say that net gain, because stuff is being done off-site, it's letting the developer off the hook as to what they should be doing on-site. And on-site is where I think we need it most, because there's a lot of people, a lot of communities, a nature reserve out in the wilds of the country, they can't get there. And so they might watch David Attenborough, but it's not really something they can find tangible. So we need to get nature into our urban areas. However, there are some really positive benefits to net gain. You do as much as you can on-site, but then you create something off-site, certainly locally. It should never be miles away. It should be as close as you possibly can. But that should form part of our local nature recovery networks, where you're linking up bits of the landscape, existing reserves, sites of special scientific interest, and so on. And BMKALC is one of 3 wildlife trusts in the UK who are actively creating units for developers. The key thing with this is within Buckinghamshire, Duxford, is that site will be managed as best it possibly can. And so what's being created on land that was previously, it could be poor arable land or grassland that really doesn't have much biodiversity there, but it has the potential, because of where it is and what it is, to be developed into something which is really rich. And so you can create something off-site which is worth having in your parish or in your county, but before that, make sure the developer does as much as they possibly can on-site.
Hello, my name's Peter Skelton, Chair of Woburn Sands Town Council. I have a question about the contribution of carbon burial to the drive towards net zero. Of course, everybody, if you ask the public about contributing to net zero, they say, oh yeah, tree planting. And of course, tree planting is great in the right place, but it's not always the right thing everywhere. So, trees have a good image, if you like, so it's perhaps relatively easy to sell that to the public. But everyone knows that flooding is bad, and we spent centuries trying to drain areas to prevent flooding and make that nasty water go away and so on. But of course, another good source of carbon burial is wetlands. How do you sell wetlands to a public that may have a rather negative image of the whole concept of a sort of encouraging undrained boggy heaths?
Do you mind if I? It's something that's come up actually quite a bit. I also have the brief in Milton Keynes for flooding and strategic water, just picking up flooding as maternity cover, but I've not experienced any negativity towards the idea, because what you're proposing and the way that it has been taken from the people that I've talked about it to is a flood prevention measure that will also increase biodiversity. It will also stop development in inappropriate places, because a lot of those areas that you'll probably end up turning into wetlands, they probably would have been quite appealing to developers. So there's a number, I've not had any negativity about it. It's something we're really interested in. I think Bucks are doing some interesting things around it as well. But it's being received quite positively, in my experience.
Just one quick answer. Yeah, maybe it's just me, but I'm afraid I have received negative too. So it's just, and it was as a parish councillor, a project that I set up with our parish council, with the Environment Agency and the Wildlife Trust and other groups, trying to restore some floodplain in our parish that the parish council owned along a major river. And we put in some great work. We put in a recycled plastic boardwalk and everything, and it went down really well with the vast majority of people in the parish, but there was still a sizable minority, and there still is, of people who still can't get their head around the fact that we're actually reversing 30, 40, 50 years of drainage and heavy canalisation of rivers and things. And it is really difficult, and I came to the conclusion in the end that there's a certain generation of people that I just couldn't get the message through to, even though I brought in experts and all these different people from the Environment Agency and everything. So I started working with the younger generation and started doing a lot of education work and trips and interpretation. And I found that's where the greatest benefits were. But I did get a negative reaction, especially from landowners upstream who thought they might be impacted. So, but yeah, and the carbon benefits we were producing, it was just didn't really matter to most people.
Just very quickly to add that sort of the forgotten land in our county, like many others, is that, you know, approximately 70% of it is farmland. Most of it intensively farmed, and a lot of that land is actually, it's really tough to get any kind of good yield or good return from that farmland. So that's one of the areas in which some of the new schemes, either biodiversity net game or ELMS, countryside stewardship, which is still in place, where it actually gives a farmer a viable option. He's got an area of land which floods regularly. It's heavy clay. It's really difficult to get much out of. So give him an incentive to, you know, create a habitat with help from ecologists to make it, you know, the best habitat you possibly can. That still works for him in terms of his, you know, overall commercial situation on the farm. And rather than fighting against nature, go with it. And you're probably not going to get much negative when it's on a farmland that people probably, you know, they may walk across. That's about it. So that's another suggestion.
Thank you, everybody. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome back. We're going to start this afternoon with Chris Bridgman. Some of you may have already enjoyed hearing his explanation of green roofs this afternoon. Chris, I think, is very well known, perhaps more well known around the Milton Keynes area than he is around the Buckinghamshire Council area, but we're very happy to have tempted him over the border. Chris is going to be talking to us about green roofs and green infrastructure. So without further ado, Chris Bridgman.
Thank you. Yes, I've been asked to join Milton Keynes Council here this afternoon to talk about the exciting things that Milton Keynes are doing in terms of green roofing. So I was born and bred in Milton Keynes, lifelong resident. My parents moved to Milton Keynes to work for the Development Corporation in the tree nursery. So we've got a big horticultural background. Following on from this morning, my first job was a litter picker at a retail park in Milton Keynes that was next to a McDonald's and a Burger King. So every weekend I had the pleasure of joining the rats and picking up all the McDonald's and Burger King papers. But my career then went on into horticulture, and green roofing is a big thing and the main part of our business now. I'm vice chair of GROW, which is the Green Roof Organisation for the United Kingdom. That's where the whole industry comes together and decides on a code of best practice. So we don't just want to see green roofs going on. We want to see good green roofs going on. And that's why we want to help everyone as best we can to make sure that every green roof is sustainable and doing as much as it can for the environment. So I'm a partner in Bridgman and Bridgman. We're based in Milton Keynes. We've been operating for 16 years. Our people are really important to us. The picture at the bottom there is Abigail. Abby joined us for work experience from Ratcliffe School. I went to Ratcliffe School as well, as did Jenny, Councillor Marklew. We went to school together, in fact. And Abby came to us for work experience and really enjoyed what she did. And she said, if I can ever come back as an apprentice, I'd love to. So that happened. She joined us for an apprentice for 2 years. She then had a full-time job with us because she's really amazing at what she does. She's the first female qualified green roofer in the UK, and she will go on to run and lead our growing division, our nursery, in time. So just by giving someone an opportunity locally, she will actually be a major part of the business. And for us and for me, that's important, to give people opportunities to come into the industry. I'll talk a little bit more about training and education later on. But as an installer, we've installed green roofs as far northwest as the Outer Hebrides, the Isle of Harris, to as far southeast as Folkestone. Now that's great. I love travelling. I love going around the country. The team do. We take people on locally wherever we go, but actually we're a green roof company. We're doing a green trade. But what is the carbon footprint of us travelling to the Outer Hebrides to put a green roof on? That isn't good, you know, and this was some years ago, and actually at that time we had to import sedum blanket from Holland, and that lorry was actually on the road for a whole week to get from Holland to the Outer Hebrides. That's terrible. That's really shameful, to be fair. And so the future of our business needs to look at us working more locally. It's not about us replacing our current diesel fleet with electric vehicles. One, because the infrastructure is not there for us to have electric vehicles, but actually we just shouldn't be travelling all over country to do this. So for us, training is important. We've got a training division, and we want to give people in all different parts of the country the skills and the tools to do this. So actually, our carbon commitment is change our business model completely, give people the tools elsewhere to do this themselves, but make sure they're doing it that follows the Grow Code, that's sustainable, that's good green roofing. That's really important to us. So, a little bit of audience participation. There's 5 answers here. My question to you is, what best describes your current experience of green roofs? And you might have more than one answer. A is you have a green roof yourself. B is you've been on one. C is you've seen them and you know what they are, and most of you have just been to the workshop, so I'd like to see a few hands for that one. D, I don't have any experience, but you want to know more about them. And E would be you want to see them in your town or your parish or your constituency. So, A, who has a green roof in the room? A few hands, excellent. Who's been on one? Good few number. Who's seen them and know what they are? Thank you. Who doesn't have any experience of green roofs but would like to know more about them? Excellent. And who wants to see more in their area, in their parish? Now that's really encouraging. That's really good. And the keynote speaker this afternoon is Dusty Gedge, and he's going to really open your eyes to the possibilities of green roofing. And I think we're really lucky to have him in the room here today. We're lucky that the industry is where it is, thanks to him and his commitment to change policy. But I won't spoil his talk. So, a living roof. It's vegetation above a waterproof roof surface. So, I don't want anyone thinking a green roof, they're going to be sitting in their front room and there's going to be ivy roots growing through. That's not what is going to happen. A green roof is an additional layer on top of a waterproof roof surface. Waterproof being key. We need to make sure it doesn't leak before we put the green roof on. Green roofs are not a new thing. The first ever depicted green roofs were the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. They go way back when, before all of us, I believe. Scandinavia, sod roofs. They were used to insulate the building. I'm going to move on to the 1960s, Germany. There was an oil crisis. What could they do to conserve energy and reduce energy bills? Put green roofs on. Are we in that situation today? Could we be looking at that to reduce our energy bills? Can we keep our buildings warmer in the winter and cooler in summer by having green roofs on? Yes, we can. To the 21st century, now this number's gone up. We're going to talk about London. We know a lot about green roofs in London in terms of number. 1.5 million square metres of green roof. Most people have never seen a green roof in London, and you won't because we can't see up in the sky. But if you were to go to the likes of the Shard and look down, you'd see lots of green roofs. And actually that is thanks to the campaigning of Dusty and others that have got so many square metres of green roof in London. But there's a long way to go. 30% of the rooftops in London could be green tomorrow if funding allowed, which is a huge area in a time of climate crisis. 70% of London is rooftop. So that shows you the possibilities. So we've got 1.5 million square metres in London. Just going to compare that to Germany. Germany install 8 million square metres every year. So it's taken us 20 years to get to 1.5 million, whereas in Germany, they're doing 8 million every year. So we are behind the curve. Possibly the reason for that, I think the UK is one of the only countries in the world that doesn't have subsidies to help with green roofing. Hopefully that can change. So different types of green roof, thanks to those that came to the workshop. A lady this morning mentioned solar roofs and the importance of lots of roofs out there that are wasted. And actually rooftops are one of our most important assets. They're there, they exist. And we could put green roofs on them. We could also put solar on them as well. And combining green roofs with solar panels actually means that the solar panel performs better because we're reducing the air temperature. We did a green roof in Enfield, a Dusty Gedge design, and the results of that were we discovered from that actually the solar panels collected the rain that then directed it down to the green roof. So the panels were helping with irrigation. The microclimates behind the panels were really exciting for different species to go and populate the roof. The little blue butterfly, which again, Dusty will speak about later, that was spotted on this roof, which is huge if you know about butterflies and small blue butterflies. Blue roofs, they're one of the next big things coming up. So that's where we can attenuate water at roof level and actually control how quickly it comes off. So with smart technology, we could say, there's another storm coming, we need to get this water off now. Or we could say there's no storm coming, so let's leave the water up here for longer and actually take the pressure off of our sewerage system at ground level. So blue roofs will become more important and more heard of. But by far our best green roof is the biodiverse roof that actually allows for wildflowers. It allows for more biodiverse species to exist there and attract greater levels of biodiversity. So what are the benefits? Just quickly, because lots of you are in the workshop and lots of you have already come up with these answers. A green roof can extend the lifespan of the roof by up to 3 times. It's a flood defence mechanism. We can keep water at roof level for longer. It evaporates, it gets used by the plants. It just doesn't go quickly straight off into the sewerage system and causes issue at ground level. We've got carbon reduction, carbon storage. It can clean the air. It can reduce the heat island effect by bringing down the temperatures in cities, which in those 40 degrees heat that we had last summer, I think we'd all be quite grateful of at least a 3-degree temperature drop. Biodiversity is really important, but we also look at green jobs and health. All those people that are living in tower blocks that look out onto dull, flat grey roofs that could be green, that could be attracting wildlife, that could help their mental well-being as well. That's just as important. So a few case studies. This was a a sewage treatment works in Peacehaven, down near Brighton. It's the size of 3 football pitches, and it took 15 years for this building to get planning permission. It was actually the green roof that helped get that, because it blended it into the South Downs, which is an area of special scientific interest. And it works. It works really well blending that in. And there was even genuine talk right up to the last minute of having goats on there to maintain it. But unfortunately, Southern Water's Health and Safety said no at the last minute. But it would have worked, they would have been fine, and it would have kept that green roof nicely under control, quite naturally. IKEA, this is IKEA's greenest ever store in Greenwich. It's an area for people and wildlife. That's really important. More so for wildlife. The big areas are actually designated for wildlife. There's small areas where yoga takes place every Wednesday on the rooftop. You can eat your meatballs on there in the upstairs pavilion. Whenever the store's open, the green roof is open, you can go up there and look out over the views of London for free. There's raised planters up there that are actually used by the people that work in the store, and actually by local schools as well. So, really great vision of IKEA, but look at the green space. They could actually build a bigger store by having their green space at roof level. So commercially, it also made sense for them to do that. But green roofs don't have to be on a huge scale. We've talked about bus stops earlier. We've talked about bin stores. Domestic extensions, perfect for garages, sheds. Size can be as small or as large as you like, and there's systems available for all different types of green roof. World Green Roof Day, that happens every year on the 6th of June, and in 2021, 2 days before World Green Roof Day, that last year was celebrated in over 62 countries, this rare orchid that hasn't been seen anywhere for 20 years appeared on the rooftop of a bank in London, on Numura Bank. No one can tell you why, no one knows how it got there, but it did. It's been missing for 20 years and now it's popped up. And this year there's 20 stems up on the roof. And I think that's just an amazing story about green roofs and what they can do. I mean, that's inner city London. No one knows how it got there. But that actually attracted world media to come and look at that, and almost like that Del Boy moment in Only Fools and Horses where the statue's crying and everyone came to see it. That for us happened in 2021. So Milton Keynes, where I grew up, part of our ambition to work more locally, for our staff not to be travelling to London and Birmingham and cities every day. We want to be working locally for their mental health and well-being, as well as our carbon footprint. And we want to be doing good things where we live. You know, we go all over the UK and do this, but why aren't we doing it in the city that we live in? So Milton Keynes Council have been amazing at helping us to try and get the message out there. We mapped the retrofit potential in Milton Keynes, and the rooftop area that could be greened overnight in the city centre alone is the equivalent of 6 full-size football pitches. And in a time of climate crisis, that's a big area that we could green quite quickly. Bus stops, again, good and bad feedback about these. More so, is it greenwashing? What's the point? They're small areas. I think they're great for education. The ones in Milton Keynes are carbon negative. They stopped 8 tonne of plastics that can't be recycled going into landfill. They are carbon negative green roofs, one of the first to ever be done anywhere in the UK, possibly the world. Again, a design of Dusty. It's not normal to have him here with me, so it's weird to keep blowing smoke up his backside while he's looking at me. The Green Roof Project in Milton Keynes. During the pandemic, Milton Keynes Council said, what are ideas we can do to help a green recovery? How can we promote greening in Milton Keynes? And we worked with the Green Roof Project to actually turn the old council offices into a living live lab for green roofs. We trained residents of the YMCA to build the green roofs with us. We had 300,000 bees on the rooftop, And we invited people there to come and see what a green roof could do, come and experience it, give them the tools, give them the confidence to let them know that they could do it themselves. And here's a little video for you to watch about that project. And Hannah's with me today. She led on that project, helping deliver it as well. And actually, the legacy of that project is we've moved it all to the YMCA rooftop, where this building will get developed. So I'll let the video do the talking.
The Green Roof Project was established to help fight climate change and drive Milton Keynes towards a greener future. Last year, we created a green roof on the original Milton Keynes civic offices at Saxon Court. Using this live lab, we've been able to demonstrate the benefits of green roofs to the businesses, decision makers and residents of Milton Keynes. The project aims to inspire them to create their own living roofs, whether on council properties, business premises, schools, homes, or the sheds at the end of their gardens. The response and support we have received from our visitors has been overwhelming. Encouraging biodiversity and protecting the environment are at the heart of the project, but the impact on well-being is one of the key benefits we want to highlight. We've collaborated with musicians, artists and cooks to create events showcasing the possibilities that these green community spaces can offer. Visitors feel a sense of awe from being on a rooftop surrounded by nature. A wonderful sense of calm that comes from being lifted up above the hustle and bustle. A core element of the project is engaging with the younger generation, harnessing their energy and ideas and giving them the skills to fight against climate change long into the future. We've partnered with the YMCA Milton Keynes to create opportunities for young people to get involved. Our first 3 trainees have played a crucial role in the success of the roof at Saxon Court. Their on-the-job training has seen them develop a vast array of skills and has been a key achievement for the Green Roof project. With the planned development of the Saxon Court site moving ahead, we have found a permanent home for our green roof on the new YMCA building. The Lord Lieutenant of Buckinghamshire, the Countess Howe, marked the start of this new chapter by planting a tree on the roof as part of the Queen's Green Canopy Jubilee celebrations. With spectacular views over Milton Keynes, this new location will allow us to permanently showcase what a green roof can offer. Within this setting, we'll continue to inform and inspire the people of Milton Keynes, as well as our business and civic leaders. We will grow our partnership with YMCA Milton Keynes by providing meaningful, positive work and education opportunities for their residents. Milton Keynes is uniquely suited to set the standard for how green our cities can be. With your support, the Green Roof Project will help make this a reality.
So there were huge outcomes of that project. And actually, we found the biggest success was actually taking people there to see what a green roof is. And we had a pumpkin festival up there and enjoyed by many children that have never been on a roof. Lots of people that worked in that council building for over 20 or 30 years had never been allowed on the roof. They now were, and they loved it, and it was great. And we had lots of fun. And we worked with the tech community as well. We measured benefits of green roofs. There was candles, honey lip balm made from the honey that the bees produced. We had guest chefs up there, Indian fusion meals made from what we'd grown on the rooftop. And we had lots of fun, but we encourage people. And since then, the whole shopping centre in Milton Keynes is looking to green their entire rooftop in time when they can. The gallery at Milton Keynes Gallery, they want to do the same. They've applied for a grant to get their rooftop greened. And the OU as well, they all want to see how they can be involved and green their estates with the benefits of green roofing. And they all came to Saxon Court and said, this is what we needed to show us how easy it is to do it. This was the thermal performance that we measured. So the green line going through the middle is the temperature below the green roof that we put on Saxon Court. The grey line that's going quite low at night and then quite high in the day, that's directly next to the green roof, but on the area where there is no green roof. And the green line just below the grey is on top of the green roof. So even just on top of the green roof, we've got temperature reduction, as you can see. But look at that green line through the middle. That's the temperature underneath the green roof day and night. It's staying constant. So we can't put a fixed measurement on it, but we can show people this and say, this is how it is performing and this is what a green roof will do. This is the YMCA now, so where Saxon Court will be developed, we've moved all the greenery to the YMCA. Fruit and veg is being grown on that rooftop and is now being used downstairs in the social enterprise cafe. Residents are invited to go up there and experience it, and we want to do more of this. And it's actually delivering lots of benefits to their building just by having and retrofitting this green roof. So what's next for Milton Keynes? Well, it's really exciting. The bin rollout, the roadshow team are here today doing an amazing job. Milton Keynes have got the support of the SUDS team as well. There's lots of departments in Milton Keynes Council that are helping to push this as a tool against climate change. And actually we're looking at more smaller scale roofs. So when all these bins get rolled out in Milton Keynes, Jin told me today it's 330,000 bins that will be delivered to the residents of Milton Keynes, one of the largest ever bin schemes to take place in the UK in such a short amount of time. And if we add all those bins together, that's the equivalent of 29 full-size football pitches. Can we put green roofs above them? Can we recreate some of that green space above the bins? Yes, we can. We can have shelters. Can we bring, there was mention earlier, how can we get communities involved? We can be growing food on the rooftops. We can be wildflower areas. All different types of green roof systems could go on the bin shelters. But we could make a real difference, and we could do it individually in a small way. So it's not all about just huge buildings like IKEA. We can do this in our home as well. The council plan looks at green roofs for carbon capture, which is listed in the plan between 2022 and 2026, which is a great achievement. There's this video as well. I just want to show you. This is produced by the roofing industry to make people think about what they can do on their rooftops. And hopefully it'll play. If not, then do look this up in your own time and watch the video, because it's really inspiring. I don't think, will it play?
Heat up any room in under 2 minutes with this affordable heater. Sick of sky high?
Our cities are disconnected. As buildings rise and nature is forced to give way, our urban spaces grow and become more crowded. They dominate the landscape, creating a barrier between the natural and unnatural. There is a lack of harmony between humans and nature, and we are all poorer for it. Humanity is living with the negative consequences of its broken relationship with nature. The past 40 years have seen global biodiversity fall by over 68%. One in 5 plant species are now at risk of extinction. Insect populations are plummeting. %87% of global wetlands and acres of British grassland have been lost. our neighbourhoods are being deprived of green spaces. And when nature is weakened, so are we. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are ways to reverse this decline and create a healthier future for everyone. We have a choice to invest in nature, not to destroy it. There's a revolution starting. What we have to do is look up. Right now, there are thousands of square meters of unused roof space above our heads, a forgotten landscape of missed opportunities. But this unappreciated space can be put to new and spectacular uses. Space to breathe, space to grow, space to reconnect. We are reclaiming this space and transforming our cities forever, creating biodiversity networks, cooling our environment, and cleaning our air. Green spaces are vital to the health and well-being of our communities. This is a revolution for everyone, and we want you to join. It's your ideas and your inspiration that will make this revolution happen. We have the opportunity to change our urban environments for good. There's a new world above our heads. We can all be part of it. It's time to release the full potential of our urban roofscape. It's time for a roof revolution. It's time to look up.
That's a great inspirational video, and I think that our thanks go to Milton Keynes Council for supporting green roofing in the city and all the different departments. I think there's lots of scope for everyone here to look at their rooftops and their estates and their assets above their heads. And there's help out there for you. You can search for the Green Roof organisation that has the Grow Code that will help you along. You can speak with Dusty, you can speak with Russell as well. There's probably 30% of the green roof industry are in the room today. It's quite a small industry, but there's help there. And yeah, I think let's look to green every rooftop that we can as quickly as we can. So I think questions might come up in the panel, which I'd be happy to ask and answer there. But do look us up, the Green Roof Project MK, well worth following for the next rooftops that are coming up and for any future great stuff that's happening in Milton Keynes. So thank you.
Wow, we punch pretty well for a council, don't we? For a county, Buckinghamshire County. We're very lucky that we've got two exciting principal authorities to work with us. I'm now going to invite Alex Beckett. Alex, come and join us.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I was already blown away by the first video, and then we had another one, and my heart lifted. And I think that, you know, it's great to see all the work that's being done, you know, around this topic of addressing climate change. And I think, you know, my one piece of advice is that you should go away from this conference feeling an immense amount of hope for the future. Kind of in line with what one of the previous speakers was saying around common terminology that's being used in terms of addressing climate change, I thought I'd take us through some very basic definitions, and a lot of you probably know this already, but nature-based solutions to climate change, or sometimes called natural climate solutions, involves conserving, restoring, or better managing ecosystems to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, and assist with the adaptation to a changing climate. And then we go on to think about, well, you know, what is an ecosystem? So it's a complex of living organisms, their physical environment, and all the interrelationships in a particular unit of space. And it's comprised of both abiotic and biotic elements, so both non-living and living. So why is it's so important to kind of address climate change using nature-based solutions? Well, quite simply, it could provide around 30% of the cost-effective mitigation needed by 2030 to stabilise warming to below 2 degrees. They can also provide a powerful defence against the impacts and long-term hazards of climate change, which is the biggest threat to biodiversity. So improving ecosystem health includes all activities that reduce negative and improve positive impacts. But it's very important to note that these very same things that could provide the solution are also affected by climate change and other elements of the surrounding environment that degrade their ability to address climate change. So I often refer back to the Stern Review being one of the most kind of comprehensive assessments that was undertaken back in 2006 under the instruction of HM Treasury. So at 2 degrees, 15 to 40% of species could be facing extinction, and there's a high risk of extinction of Arctic species. So these are some quite kind of harrowing figures, and then it goes on to mention what the species loss will be, and indeed a number of other impacts in relation to these increases in temperature against kind of pre-industrialized levels. So one council that had been pressing ahead with tree planting quite vigorously was Gloucester City Council. And you know, they weren't watered over this extremely dry drought period that we've just had over the course of this summer. But I would say that, you know, that it's not a bad thing that they planted the trees. It's a very good thing that they planted the trees. And what we've experienced is kind of a similar event that often flood experts might refer to, either a 1 in 10 year, 1 in 50 year, 1 in 100 year event. But those type of extreme events are becoming more prevalent as time progresses. So we have to be mindful of how we manage our, essentially our flora and our fauna going forward. I'd just like to talk about the impacts from air pollutants as well. So there's a bit of air chemistry thrown in here just to completely befuddle you. So the air pollutants that we're really interested are those that are kind of addressed within the national air quality objectives. So there are acidic air pollutants, or those that are powerful oxidizing agents which corrode the lining of lungs, other living tissue, and inorganic material. So if you can think about the stomata in plants, you know, the very thing that kind of allows for that important gas exchange, allowing for the absorption of carbon dioxide, that's being affected by these powerful oxidizing agents. Particulates as well affects the normal functions of organs and particularly the respiratory system. So when we think about our fauna, you know, some of our friendly badgers and the like, you know, they suffer as well from these particulates being around. And some pollutants are carcinogenic. Now, there are objectives for the annual mean of nitrogen oxides and other pollutants to ensure that, you know, effectively our ecosystems are protected. And what's really interesting is that this annual mean is actually lower than the annual mean to protect human health. So the human health one is 40 micrograms per cubic meter, the one for ecosystems is 30. So nature provides some great ecosystem services, and we refer to this thing called natural capital. So it includes certain stocks of the elements of nature that have value to society, such as forests, fisheries, rivers, biodiversity, land, and minerals. And ecosystem services are the direct and indirect contributions ecosystems provide for human well-being and quality of life. And there's 4 main services that they provide. So provisioning products, regulating services, so it might well be that they are able to attenuate noise or indeed temperature. Supporting services, they help contribute to the formation of soil, nutrient cycling and water cycling, and there are cultural elements as well. So that feeling when you go into a forest and you feel uplifted because you're in this wonderful space and there's this great aesthetic of lots of leaves and nature around you. So here are some interesting images of how those ecosystem services have been depicted. Coming on to, kind of trees, well, they provide a very diverse range of ecosystem services. So from timber to food, chemical and medicinal products, purifying water, they provide habitats, nutrient cycling, carbon storage, and there are a great many others that some of the other speakers have spoken about already. Now, enhancing natural capital provides ecosystem services that contribute to the achievement of UN Sustainable Development Goals. Everything from combating poverty to ensuring that there's sufficient food around, so helping to combat hunger, providing good health and well-being. Well, that comes back to the cultural services that they provide. The important thing is to be able to present ecosystem services in terms of the value that they provide to society. And there have been some attempts to doing this, and I think one of the most successful attempts has been by DEFRA, and they're enabling a natural capital approach. I should say that nothing should really be reduced to pounds and pence. If we're able to kind of get beyond a kind of a capitalistic system of kind of valuing the world around us, it shouldn't do, but it does help improve the business case for pursuing projects that will enhance natural capital. And so I thought it might be useful just to kind of pick out some specific elements from the piece, that piece of work that DEFRA did to help you understand how these ecosystem services are valued. So in terms of air pollution removal, there are kind of considerable values associated with establishing new urban grassland up to new urban woodland, anything from £149 per hectare up to 771. Carbon sequestration, so 5.69 tonnes per hectare of woodland. Now, if one converts that over to kind of commonly used values at the moment per tonne of CO2 sequestered, you're looking at about 136.56 pounds per hectare. And that's on a per annum basis. So addressing flood risk is also a fantastic regulating services that enhancing natural capital can provide. So £89 per hectare of new woodland, £221 per hectare of woodland in a floodplain. Temperature regulation is incredibly important, as Chris has mentioned earlier on today. So there's a temperature reduction achieved of about 3.5 degrees C by urban woodland, 0.95 degrees C by urban parks, 2 to 8 degrees C by trees and green infrastructure. And because of this temperature regulating service that the greenery provides, there have been some calculations as to what that would equate to in terms of savings on kind of air conditioning systems. So around about 5p per hour per tree. And that doesn't take into account kind of the new energy price cap at the moment. I thought this would be a particularly interesting slide for you to kind of better understand, I suppose, some of the benefits that have been experienced across the world in terms of the temperature regulation services. So there was a heat wave in Australia, in Melbourne, and this was taken with a thermal imaging camera. And you can see that the temperature kind of underneath effectively the shade of the trees that are there is almost half of that's experienced, outside of that shaded area. So this is going to be incredibly important going forward in terms of how we construct our urban and peri-urban landscapes going forward in order to kind of limit the energy costs to the inhabitants of those areas and kind of the health effects that might be forthcoming with extreme kind of climate change events. Cultural services have been calculated in relation to kind of the kind of prices of visits made to some commonly known areas that are kind of looked after by the National Trust and others. So these are valued on, kind of between £3 and £5 per visit of farmland, mountains, moors and heathland, between about £3 and £4 for woodland. Health improvements per visit, about £3.07. A fantastic opportunity is created as well for pupils to be educated within these green spaces as well. And if there are projects that involve volunteers, you're quite within your rights, and indeed Buckinghamshire Council has done within kind of its local authority Treescapes Fund applications of valuing the volunteer time that's gone into kind of tree planting activities. What's particularly, I think it was already mentioned earlier on at the earlier panel, is the kind of the fantastic projects that have gone on that have been integrated kind of natural capital considerations into the development of new houses. And it's really clear within this assessment that's been done by DEFRA that there is a considerable value that's appropriated as a result of having houses next to public green space, and obviously that value is enhanced if they have kind of access to their own garden. I think there was an earlier question about inland wetlands and the importance that those have as well in addressing climate change, and indeed that's covered here. So kind of in terms of the water quality benefits. The picture that you can see down here is effectively representative of the amount of topsoil that's lost in the UK. And it's a phenomenal amount, and arguably, kind of the major contributors to soil erosion are kind of agriculture, so intensive agriculture. The impact of soil erosion is phenomenal in terms of reducing agricultural productivity, increasing flood risk, and reducing water quality. So DEFRA is not the only party at the table that's developed a means for kind of valuing some of the ecosystem services that are provided by enhancing natural capital. The Woodland Carbon Code is a verified system backed by the UK government for effectively valuing the carbon that's sequestered from woodland creation projects where woodland has been established in areas of 5 hectares or less. 5 hectares or more. So one woodland carbon unit effectively means that 1 tonne of CO2 is sequestered. You need to register your project on the Land Carbon Registry, which is operated by IHS Market Register, and an accredited body needs to validate that project within 3 years, and then there's ongoing verification milestones from that point going onwards. So at the very start of the project, you get something called pending issuance units, which is like the promise of carbon that will be sequestered over the lifetime of that particular project. And then at each of these verification points, woodland carbon units will be generated. And as a government-backed scheme, you can use these woodland carbon units to offset the carbon that's being created, your carbon footprint to help you on your road to achieving kind of net zero or carbon positivity. And woodland carbon units are currently being traded at £24 per tonne of carbon sequestered. Now, there are some that are saying that, towards 2030, the value of this value will increase tenfold. So it could be £240 per tonne of carbon sequestered. These are all figures that have been produced by the likes of, Bloomberg, which kind of underwrites the performance of solar PV. So they are an organisation that's in the know in terms of initiatives to combat kind of climate change. So it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the Buckinghamshire Council Climate Change and Air Quality Strategy. So this was adopted in October 2021 with 2 clear aims and 4 objectives. The first aim, to achieve net zero carbon emissions for Buckinghamshire as a whole by 2050, and the second, to improve air quality across Buckinghamshire pursuant to achieving national air quality objectives. So it's supported by a £5 million climate change fund and has 60 actions that address emissions from council activity, suppliers and partners, and emissions county-wide. There are elements of the strategy that address kind of the governance and management of the strategy itself and adaptation as well. But it does recognise that, you know, the council by itself cannot simply solve climate change in Buckinghamshire. It is essentially a shared responsibility. Now, there's three actions within the strategy itself that are particularly important in relation to kind of nature-based solutions to climate change. So action 13 is to implement a large-scale tree planting programme across the estate. And this follows on from the Cabinet decision to plant over 500,000 trees on council land. And then county-wide, to support the development of the green economy in Buckinghamshire and to encourage environmentally sustainable living via communications campaigns. I'd just like to talk about how one might go about supporting nature-based solutions by encouraging tree planting and sustainable agriculture. So with regard to sustainable agriculture, my focus is really on kind of organic production methods. So organic agriculture is a holistic production management system which promotes and enhances agro-ecosystem health, including biodiversity, biological cycles, and soil biological activity. There are significant improvements that essentially organic agriculture affords above conventional agricultural practice. So improved soil structure and formation. So there's 20% more organic matter in their soil on average. There's greater biodiversity per hectare than other farming systems. So insects and birds, 50% more abundant, and there are 75% more wild bees. And the use of genetically modified organisms within organic systems is not permitted during any stage of the food production system. It improves soil water management and reduces water pollution. And this is by virtue of the fact that no chemical fertilizers or pesticides are used. It has a lower carbon footprint. So often it's the case that ammonium nitrate is applied in great quantities to intensively agriculturally farmed land. And what happens is denitrifying bacteria will kind of latch onto the ammonium nitrate, break it down, and produce nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas. And obviously the production of artificial fertilizers itself is very carbon intensive. So the carbon footprint of organic systems is approximately 40 to 50% less compared to conventional farming. And there are greater levels of soil carbon within organic systems as well. There are some fantastic health benefits from kind of consuming organic products compared to conventionally produced products. So milk and meat contain around 50% more beneficial omega-3 fatty acids. Meat has lower concentrations of 2 saturated fats. Milk and dairy products contain higher concentrations of iron, vitamin E, and some carotenoids. Crops have up to 68% more antioxidants. And fruit and veg contain lower concentrations of pesticides and the toxic heavy metal cadmium. So there are kind of 2 things that one can do with regard to kind of sustainable agriculture. The first is to help promote sustainable agricultural practices within your communities. That doesn't mean to say that they have to become organically certified. But if they start adopting some of the organic principles that are there, they are on their way to having some dramatic positive environmental impacts. The other one is, within your procurement strategies, have you considered, changes that could be made so that you can start benefiting from organic produce, which in turn will benefit the producers of those products. In terms of tree planting, the government has set out rather ambitious plans to establish 30,000 hectares of woodland per annum. Now, we made this commitment to establish 500,000 trees, and we'll do that by 2032. We launched the Bucks Tree Mission in 2021, which is a shared mission to encourage everyone to plant trees for a greener future. But there are a whole range of considerations that one needs to take into account when planting trees. So the soil type, proximity to natural water features, biodiversity and ecology of the area, landscape, historic environment, presence of utility surfaces. So are there any gas pipes? Are there any electrical cables running underneath the ground that one has to provide some planting exclusion areas for? What's the climate like there? You know, how much rainfall does that area get on an annual basis? You know, if it's particularly dry, then you might want to plant species that are better suited to more arid conditions. You need to provide protection against weeds and pests. Is it going to be accessed by stakeholders? You know, and who are those stakeholders going to be? Is it going to be just the local council's contractors? Is it going to be the general public? And what do you have to put in place in order to make sure your woodland is protected? You know, fire is going to be a real risk going forward in terms of, you know, protecting woodland in the future. What are the maintenance aspects? We also have to look at kind of property ownership, rights and covenants, biosecurity. So, you know, with our tree planting schemes, we are requiring our contractors to source their stock from plant healthy certified nurseries. What is the purpose of the tree planting scheme? Is it to produce food? You know, so in that case, do we want to look at an orchard? Is it supposed to support kind of biodiversity? Well, you know, do you want a mix of species in there that are going to provide a vast range of foodstuffs for local fauna? Does it need to conform to the UK forestry standards? So in order to comply with the requirements of the Woodland Carbon Code, it certainly does. And, you know, the last one is a really important: cost. So this year, we have the target of planting 21,000 trees. And you can see the targets that we've got for successive planting periods beyond this one. And I'm happy to say that we're going to progress our tree planting on 2 sites. But just to kind of look at the picture in terms of stakeholders that are undertaking, you know, kind of tree planting and maintenance, there are a vast range of different groups and individuals going ahead with tree planting and maintenance that need to be considered in a kind of comprehensive, I suppose, tree strategy if one is developing one. So, as far as the kind of supporting community-based tree planting, the council was very successful in securing just over £200,000 to support tree planting by a number of different community groups, town and parish councils, and by Transport for Buckinghamshire. There's also the England Woodland Creation Offer, which is open to all landowners and has a 1 hectare minimum size requirement for woodland creation. And it does provide an enhanced grant intervention rate compared to previous schemes on offer. Those of you who've been to the grant funding workshop earlier on will know all about this. In 21-22, we secured £28,000 via the England Woodland Creation Offer, and we're pursuing applications to that grant scheme again for the planting schemes this year. So we're very fortunate in the sense that we've been included in a Forestry Commission case study that was produced back in January, which cites all the incredible grant money that we've managed to secure from the Forestry Commission to enhance the treescape in Buckinghamshire. We also were involved in the Queen's Green Canopy initiative and provided a free tree to care homes and schools in Buckinghamshire. We also have an internal tree replacement fund that is there to kind of replace trees removed from the public highway, and it may be that they've been removed for several reasons, you know, posing a risk to those that are using the public highway. They've either suffered from pests or disease, etc. There's our Parks and Countryside team that undertake ongoing maintenance and tree planting activity to ensure that our council parks and public rights of way look fantastic. We also undertake some volunteer tree planting with Chiltern Rangers, and there's going to be more of that this tree planting season. So last year, we managed to plant 5,860 trees. And you can see on the left picture, this is what Billet Field looked like after the trees were planted. We also supported, obviously, through the Local Authority Treescapes Fund, a number of trees on non-council land. And these include fruit trees at the Lady Ryder Memorial Garden, trees for Buckinghamshire Parish Council's public green space, Wydene Housing Development in High Wycombe, trees in Marlow and in Haddenham. These are some of the trees that we've replaced along the public highway. So let's come on to our large plans for this planting season. So we have two sites, one up in Amersham, Bury Farm. So you can see the road to the left of that picture, and if you follow that road down, you'll be getting to the major Tesco and the roundabout down there, if that provides some context as to where this site actually is. We've incorporated provision for open space within the design to ensure that there is, the public can enjoy using this woodland and connecting it to public rights of way that run along the semi-natural ancient woodland that exists to the south of the two parcels. This is the other site, Grange Farm at Widmere End. This is a fantastic site because we have a pond in the northeast corner of this particular site that will fall into the management plan for this plot over time. And that will have a number of positive biodiversity impacts. In the preparation of these plans, we've considered timber production, carbon sequestration, and public access, and biodiversity net gain. So we've really gone through a kind of a holistic process of designing these plans, and we've drawn on the expertise of experts within the Environment and Climate Change Service area within the council. Our Local Authority Treescapes Fund submission for 22-23 set out the creation of 3 Maiawaki or tiny forests at schools and other locations. And the interesting thing about Maiawaki forests is they have a much, much higher planting density than typical tree planting schemes. So typical tree planting schemes would be 2,000 to 2,500 stems per hectare. This is looking at 30,000 stems per hectare. It involves a large amount of ground preparation, and there are claims that the forest can grow 10 times faster than other newly planted woodland. There's a cost of around about £48 per tree for Maiawaki, and this is compared with about £12 per tree using a contractor planted model. The other part of the bid was for trees planted next to the public highway and other community sites. And those have to be standard trees to be able to withstand the environmental conditions experienced next to the public highway. We are going to be giving 630 free trees to 28 town and parish councils on the 28th of November. I'm going to skip through the government funding for tree planting because these were addressed in the workshop earlier on. And that's it. I'll leave you with this just last comment, which is the fact that, so if ecosystems comprise of both abiotic and biotic elements, then there are large manner of things that be considered to be ecosystems. Your house can be considered to be an ecosystem. You can be considered to be an ecosystem. Every action that we have has an impact on every ecosystem within the world, locally and globally. So the message is, be kind and try and capitalise on some of the support that's available to do that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Alex. We are now going to hear from our final keynote speaker of the day. You've heard his mention of his name this afternoon. We're going to hear from the wonderful Dusty Gedge.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. You can call my slide up. Yeah, so this is a preamble. This is a covered reservoir in Zurich. It's one of 5. It was built in 1913 by British engineers, and it had no vegetation soil on it. And in 1914, it was a very hot summer, and the water got E. coli, and the poor people of Zurich didn't have anything to drink. So the Swiss dumped wet grassland soil on it. Literally, that's all they did. And it's now actually a national park. It's got 14 species of orchids on. So this is literally 400 metres from my house. This is a covered reservoir in Greenwich. And I took somebody to that orchid roof, and that somebody was from Natural England, and said, do you know that many of the triple SSIs in Chilterns are actually covered reservoirs full of orchids? So Buckinghamshire might have a lot more green roofs than they know. Now, I tried to Google that to try and find a photograph of one, and it was impossible. So I don't know whether it's true, and he was holding me up, but, you know, we can find out, can't we? And just, we've been talking about climate change. That is my Greenwich reservoir, covered reservoir, after a wildfire. And actually, if you look there are some things sticking up there. And they're actually oxide daisies. And in the wildfires that I experienced in South East London, there's lots of wildflowers. Wildflowers and wildfires are really difficult to say together. Lots of wildflowers survived the wildfire because they've got big, deep roots. And one of the biggest problems with wildfires is grass, because it has shallow roots and is tinder ready for a wildfire. That's very controversial, so I just wanted to do that. But fire, so that says we're going to have to look at how we deal with our landscapes because of climate change. And fire is a big thing in the building industry. And this is the birth of the modern green roof industry. In 1870s, in Berlin, Germany, they used to use a wet bitumen, which was highly inflammable. So they covered it in sand, 6 centimetres of sand. And in the 50s and 60s, in West Berlin, the ecologists had nowhere to go and look because they were, surrounded by the Iron Curtain. So they started looking at these vegetated roofs. This one is in the Grunwald, which is just outside, in the perimeter, in the peri-urban. There's no sedums on that roof. Inside the city, the roofs were all covered in sedums. There's a really good reason, because sedum could survive the coal pollution. Because you've got to remember, there was a lot of coal in Berlin up until the end of the Second World War. So I just thought of that as a little introduction there. Yeah, so I'm going to talk to you about delivering nature-based solutions in cities and towns. A lot of it's to do with green roofs, a lot of it you already heard. But really, I think in terms of this, and I don't want to draw focus to myself, I started out in 1997 campaigning as an individual to get a green roof policy in London. But it wasn't just me, it was the NGOs, my local council, the GLA, the statutory bodies. It was an ensemble activity. I get the focus, but it was an ensemble activity. And I want to end up this talk by saying you're all going to go away, and what you do in the next year, the consequences in 20 years could be really important. So we design cities for people, we design the countryside for farming, and somewhere in between nature exists, because that's actually what we've done for about 300 years in the fossil fuel age. And, climate change says we've got to look at things differently. So in terms of what I do, I live in London, we've got to design cities for people and for nature first. And I really like what Alex was saying. It's, all that stuff that you have to do at that level is we have turned our back on the services nature provides us. Because we have. And this is how I started. I'm a bird watcher. I used to be a circus performer and actor, and somebody knew I was a bird watcher. I did a survey, found this rare bird, and the rest is history. This is Deptford Creek. We managed, by tooth and nail, to get every single building on that creek over 4 years, which had been regenerated, to have green roofs. That's a battle. You couldn't really do that through the planning system, but there was a Wildlife and Countryside Act. That's a protected species. You've got to mitigate for it. And I have to celebrate my council, Lewisham, which were really good. Greenwich weren't. They own a bit of it. So the bits where we didn't get roofs up was Royal Borough of Greenwich. Just saying it. Nobody's from Greenwich here, are they? And blah, blah, blah. You know, I ended up writing this technical report. I set up a campaign. GLA said, write the technical report to prove to the planning inspector. The lady from Milton Keynes has gone because she was being very, very subtle. You know, it can cost councils a lot of money if the planning inspector comes in, you know. And we did a celebration in 2019. And really, I'm a nature conservationist, and everything you need to know about delivering biodiversity on green roofs is in the Bug Life Guide, which is there, yeah. So I've also recently worked on the urban greening factor for the City of London and the GLA, and DEFRA's now looking for an UGF across the whole of England. So it's coming your way, and it's an interesting planning tool. It's very simple. Everybody makes it sound more complicated. And also, next year, 2023, I've just looked out, I've been having a cigarette outside, there's some developments over there. In Aylesbury, they would have green roofs because of BNG, because the only way you're going to deliver BNG in a town centre is by having a green roof. And I wrote the metric in 3.1. So that's me in 1986. They still sell that postcard in London, yeah. And now I'm a president. But the point there is you can't take the punk out of the president. I don't mean any reference to Trump. It's the point is I'm still an activist at heart. And I do have to represent my industry across the whole of Europe. And the last 3 talks I did were not in the United Kingdom, in Bratislava, in Frankfurt, and in Prague. But I became an expert. And it's interesting suddenly being an expert because nobody listens to you. They listen to you when you're an activist, but not when you're an expert. But whatever, that's a little bit of humour, yeah. But I just want to do this because there's a lot of talk about nature. And this is the linnet. And I have a book at home which was written in 1953. The linnet was a really common bird, and it's collapsed in my lifetime. I'm a bird watcher. And just hold that thought because that comes right to the end. Yeah. So this is Greenwich Peninsula, which is near where I live, and I did all the bird surveys for the dome prior to it being built, and there were 7 to 10 pairs of linnets on the Greenwich Peninsula in 2000. It's 22 years ago. Hold that thought. So most sustainable retail store in 1999 was the Sainsbury's, and everybody said, Dusty, you must be so excited because there's a nice bit of turf around the base of it. It's a green roof. And I was going, it's a terrible green roof. It's just lawn, isn't it, you know? Anyway, come back to that right to the end. So, you know, Chris has really talked to you about it. We have semi-intensive, intensive. We have biodiverse extensive, which I kind of brought that idea back from Switzerland, and we have sedum extensive. And it's the biodiverse extensive which is going to be the one that delivers for biodiversity net gain. And we do this for lots of reasons. A lot of them are city-focused. Floods. People died in the Rhine 2 years ago when the floods in parts of Germany. The GLA suspect we might have death from flooding. That's my government. Well-being, COVID. It's very interesting. I go on Blachere. People want to sit in the long grass, not in the short grass during COVID. They just wanted to feel in nature. And I think COVID says that in cities and urban areas, we need places like Chris has done in Milton Keynes, people can go and actually just enjoy being on a roof. And a roof is a special place as well. And there's a lot of these going up in the City of London for staff, and the City of London has an aspiration for every single green roof to be accessible to the public. And 120 Fenchurch Street, you can go on without booking. I'm just saying that because it's an interesting aspiration that they have. This is for staff. This is PwC at Charing Cross. And I love this picture. It takes it away from London. Birmingham Library, guy reading a book in the autumn on the library. It's just a lovely thought. And we also need to do it for the urban heat island effect. And, you know, we think we don't really have an urban heat island effect. You be in London on that Monday when it was really, really hot. And I've done talks in Glasgow in 2012. They said, we're suffering now. None of our cities are designed for the temperatures that are coming our way. They're just not designed. So vegetation and soil cool cities down. And, you know, my federation is based in Vienna. Vienna is getting 42 degrees C. You know, that is really hot in Vienna. And they actually have a urban heat arch strategy, which green roofs are a major part of that, and also green walls, which I'll come on to later. And that's the effect of heat excess on Blackheath. And actually, most of the grass was killed this year. But it's going to be really interesting because more wildflowers are going to germinate. Really exciting. Biodiversity, there's a small blue butterfly that Chris mentioned. And it's really interesting, 20 years ago, I took architects out to Switzerland. This is on the Bahnhof. It's been removed now. It's been moved on to other buildings. This was a temporary railway station for I think it was Euros, which were 2005. This is Dungeness. That's a green roof. All the architects said, well, that's not a green roof. That's just a bunch of gravels thrown up on a roof. No, it's alluvial gravel habitat, which is very, very important in Zurich for a lizard and 5 different wasps. So it's very, very sophisticated when it comes to nature. I love that roof. And so I brought this idea with my colleagues in Deptford and the NGOs and everybody. It's not just me. And this is the first brown roof installed on La Barn Dance Centre. And the idea of the brown roof was you shoved up a bunch of rubbish and let nature do what it does. And I realised after going to Switzerland that was a really dumb idea. And the brown roof idea was a dumb idea. So I started seeding it from seeds I collected locally. And it's now doing what it's doing. I'll come back to that later on, yeah. And what is interesting, I'm from East Kent originally, and this is a cockleshell beach at Sea Salter. And if you went up close and you went on one of my green roofs in London, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Just ponder that thought. Yeah. And there you go. This is 202 Bishopsgate. And what's interesting there is two people in the front. They work in that office and they've never been on that roof before, but I do these tours for Open Square Weekend. And they just said, God, it's just like being at Dungeness, isn't it? On Bishopsgate. But I just thought it was a lovely statement. So that's cool. And here's one, our PwC, looking over to the Tower of London. You've got Dungeness by the Tower of London, you know. Look at that, yeah. So there you go. That's the guide on how you do it. I'm not going to bore you about all the details, but this is the biodiversity net gain. And this is the roof that I was allowed to do what I did on the Le Barn by Chris Bridgman. Because IKEA, the ecologist, said, no, we're just going to put one of those brown roofs up. And they met me, and I said, that's a really bad idea. You don't know anything about brown roofs, Dusty. I went, I think I do. I invented them, sort of. So anyway, I got to do this, and this is an important project for me, and I'll come back to that. But, it's great that people on Open Square can go and sit on these green roofs and look over the City of London, and unfortunately, they can't. Most of the planning authorities don't allow biodiverse green roofs to be accessible to the public because they're for nature and we might disturb them. Well, if you go to Berlin, a lot of social housing has these wild meadows which people could sit beside. And there's this compartmentalisation, which I'm a bit uncomfortable with. But if people were accessible to this, it'd all be box hedges and bamboo and whatever. So actually allowing people to sit by meaningful nature is a good thing. And I just thought I'd put this in because most of my stuff is city, but I wrote a DIY guide with a mate of mine how to build green roofs. This is a lady who's got 4 Land Rovers. Ooh, very climate friendly. And this is a garage we built for her using the DIY, which I'll give you a link to that. But the great thing is partridges nest on this roof. They don't nest in the field beside it. Think about that. I mean, this is more a rural county than where I live, yeah? So there's the guide. It's called greenrooftraining.com. It costs $12.95. It tells you exactly how to do it, but that's not about promoting that. And I also then went to Switzerland, saw that you could do these ephemeral wetlands on roofs, so I got the Victorian Albert Museum to put an ephemeral wetland above the most expensive Chinese silks in the world. Seriously. It's now been removed because they need to put some more aircon up there, which is rather sad, yeah? And Chris has done it. I'm going to focus a little bit on this because this is important. And it could be important in Buckinghamshire, biosolar green roofs. It's a very, very good idea to combine them. I designed this roof for the Olympics. They had a target for brown roofs and solar. This met 8 of the 10 biodiversity targets for the Olympics. It was put up in 2012. It's on here, East, still there. And there's lots of reasons why I do it, but vegetation and soil keeps the microclimate around the panel around 25 degrees C, which is when they work most efficiently. Okay? If you put it on brown or you build it on a grey or black roof, they lose 8% efficiency for every 5 degrees above 25 degrees C. But you can't have as many panels, which I'll come to in a moment in terms of schools, and this is one in Switzerland. And there's an integrated system which is better, and there's a non-integrated system which is not so good, but I won't go into those details, we don't have to be technical. The trouble is, what happens is solar is sexy, they design the solar and they say, oh dear, we're in Islington, we have to put a green roof around it, and then they just shove it around it. And then the green roof goes wrong and cuts out all the panels, so it doesn't make any electricity. That's not because of the green roof, that's because of bad solar design. And I meet it all the time, because they're experts about solar. So I did some work for DOE, Department of Education, got a new green infrastructure strategy, and the green infrastructure strategy actually says that, this is the one in Barnet, it's not in Enfield, Chris, you forgot, it's actually in Barnet, that Bridgman, Chris did for somebody who sponsored this roof, but I wrote the report, and you get 3.8% increase in energy, approximately. But the important thing for me is at the back of the panel, we've got this little mound, and you've got a bit of shading there, so you get better wildflowers up there, and the small blue butterfly I'd recorded 15 years ago. Nobody believed me, and I managed to video it, and we got small blue probably all over London on roofs if there's kidney veg. So that was a kind of cool thing, yeah. So improving the carbon story. I'm now looking, and again, Chris has installed these bus shelters up in Milton Keynes. First time the carbon neutral board has been used, but we have a carbon neutral substrate, which is made from incinerator waste, which captures carbon when it's made inert. Can we get this kind of social enterprise, circular economy going? And there you can see that's the Belvedere incinerator. They produce a waste turned into a substrate that makes it non-toxic. Very good green roof material, captures carbon with this plastic, put the two together, blah, 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 carbon neutral. And the part of the biodiversity story for me, I've been chatting to Russell from the Bucks and Wildlife Trust, I can't remember it. I actually physically collect seeds from all over Kent and South East London, and I've thrown them onto the IKEA roof. And the idea of this is we collect local and regional seeds that are not available commercially and get them on roofs. And there it is. It's based upon the London Borough illusion, because I live there, we've got an incinerator, and it just makes my thinking. We make this circular economy. And the idea is you farm these as modules on a multi-storey car park. And Network Rail are sort of interested in Milton Keynes, but I haven't quite got it. So could be a story coming to Buckinghamshire. Now, going back to schools, one of the problems with schools is we did this work for DEFRA, and every single new school in England is meant to have a green roof and solar. Every new school in England is only having solar roofs, because the solar guys are running the roost. But there could be a solution to this, because they want 80% of the roof to make as much energy as possible. Well, you know, maybe we need to balance out renewable against also the other things to do with climate change and the biodiversity crisis. But actually, there's a really innovative system in Switzerland. They're very smart, the Swiss. This is called bifacial. And you can cover 100% of the roof with bifacial, because they're vertical. And it's quite interesting. Guy had to put a solar roof on this university. He couldn't get the energy output. He was in a bar, and a guy said to him, "You ever tried them vertical?" "No, nobody ever does them vertical. It's stupid." Then they tried it. And it snows a lot in Switzerland, and the panel they use is reflective. It's very good at absorbing reflective light. So they increase the energy efficiency by 10%. And my carbon neutral substrate is white. And they really like that because it's reflective. So, you know, we can be a bit more sophisticated, and we're not very good at accepting innovation in this country, if I may say, as somebody who's been doing this for 25 years. So I'm trying to get a project to get this going. We might have a project in, I think, somewhere down, not in Bucks in Ox, but I'll hold fire because that's over to Chris. The other thing that I've done is I never sit still. I mapped all the green roofs of London every August, every single bloody one of them. It's actually 2.5 million now, and I set up a software company to do that remotely, specifically in terms of biodiversity net gain. Don't want to plug myself here, but we're looking at Habitat, working with a major development, how we can assess their development sites. We can identify green roofs remotely and where you can retrofit them. Anybody interested in that can get in touch with me. That's a commercial enterprise. I'm here in a public sector way. I was asked to talk a little bit about other stuff, green walls. This is a green wall, and so is this. The important thing about these two green walls is they're actually vertical rain gardens. And there's new stuff going to come out because of fire. You can only have 11-metre green walls on places where people don't sleep, because of obviously Grenfell. The interesting thing is these store rainwater from the roofs behind them, and they're probably not a fire risk, but you know, we didn't get in there. But they're vertical rain gardens, they're sustainable urban drainage systems, because most of these modular expensive green wall systems are very, very expensive, and they're really quite horticultural bling. So we've got to up what they do. So by actually taking the rainwater, this was funded by Drain London, Thames Water, take the water from the roof, store it, irrigate it, and help this part of London, which gets a lot of flooding, surface flooding, in terms of that. So we can be a bit more sophisticated. Rain gardens, I think they've been mentioned a little bit today. I've obviously come down from the roofs, down the drain pipe, and I've got down to ground level. And I was inspired by my colleague who set up green roofs in Portland, Oregon, which is one of the lead cities in the world for rain gardens. This is street climbing, Portland, Oregon style. Better than a sleeping policeman. And there you find that all over Portland in the residential areas, yeah. And there's a weird thing in America that if you've got a grass verge, you as the resident have to maintain it, not the city. But if you put a rain garden in, the city will maintain it. So everybody goes, well, great, you put a rain garden in. I'd have to mow it, you know. So it's kind of an interesting difference, yeah. And this is a social housing estate in Hammersmith, funded by the EU. It was called Climate Proofing Social Housing. We took all the runoff from the roofs, made these rain gardens, made play areas, and storing a lot of water. This is in Hammersmith, and there's one there. This is coming from a lady's garden, from the downpipe, from this, you know, probably a 200-metre long, you know, 1930s style pitched roof. Take a lot of rainwater. It's right by the Thames. So it's kind of interesting we can do that, you know, and there's a lot of rural social housing estates where you could do that because there's a lot of amenity grassland to take out stuff, yeah. And I'll put this in, this is Hassocks, down in Sussex, small town, yeah. This is their parish council, built a rain garden there. There it is. It's playing fields, it's clay, it's very, very, it's not a nice place in winter when it's raining when you're on clay, do you know what I mean? And yeah, it does fill up with water, and they put about 6 or 7 of those in. So you can do them in rural, these are great things to do. And Hassocks suffers from significant flooding in the town centre from the little river there. And this is in East Greenwich, near where I live. This was put in, it was a community activist project actually by the community gardeners, and they got the council to do this. And I just love that, I just love that. 2 kids on the way home from primary school on a boulder in a rain garden. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. Other actions, I was asked to talk a little bit about this. I saw somebody do the wildflower verges. This is Blackheath. I do a lot of tweets about this during the summer, the Blackheath B roads. You know, these were originally noise barriers. They were never as high as the guy who, from the JLA, wanted them. He wanted them 2 metres so that people on the heath didn't have to hear the traffic from the A2 because it's a lot of traffic on the A2 in the morning. But they planted them with wildflowers, and they've been going since 2004. I've got a video on how to build a Blackheath B road. I've been nothing to do with them. I just go and film them, yeah? Council does it, and the council contractor Glendale's, and the video is actually celebrating them. And there were some volunteers up from Lewisham doing some scraping and some seeding. And, you know, it's on my YouTube channel, and so is the orchid roof. And there's a few other YouTube channels, videos that I do, yeah. And also local residents, this is my street, the person who actually lives in this house, she decided that she'd do that. This is technically owned by Lord Dartmouth. It's not owned by Lewisham, actually. It's owned by Lord Dartmouth. But he doesn't care. He doesn't care, you know. We actually have to take, you know, Lewisham technically don't have to look after it. They come around and look after the trees. They do go, Lord Dartmouth is actually responsible for the trees. But there you go. I don't want to go there. And you can put these up. These are great, actually. And I got given this for my 50th birthday. And, you know, putting these up, well made, not these, get them made, get volunteers to make them. Make sure they've got lots of hole sizes. And I've got about 7 or 8 different solitary bees nesting in these. And there's one, actually, I've got another claim for fame. That's an Osmia bicolor, which is our common one. But in 2014, I accidentally took a photograph of a bee, sent it to the Natural History Museum. Bee expert, he said, oh, it's a tawny mining bee. And in 2018, he said, Dusty, you discovered the first orchard mason bee in the United Kingdom. Wow, what claim to fame? And they nest on my roof, on my balcony, which is kind of cool. It's called Osmia canuta. And I'm going to have my name after it one day. It's going to say Gedge. Yeah. Cool. 2016. But I want to say this, anybody who's involved in wild bees, there's a lot too much focus on beehives. Honeybees are farming, they're not biodiversity. Yeah, keep it simple like that. And swifts, I'm a bird watcher. I'm not really keen on bird boxes, but swift boxes are really important. I used to be 40 pairs around my neighbourhood when I first moved in there in 1934, 34 years ago. There's none now because people have renewed their houses, blocked up everything, and the swifts are gone. And it's kind of, it always makes me want to cry that actually, that in 34 years, we've done that, we've renewed our houses. So putting swift boxes are a really good idea. They work, they take a bit of time, so that's a good thing to do, yeah. So back here, end my story. This is IKEA, which Chris mentioned. People go up there, don't look at the green roof, they look at the skyline actually, because that's what they do. There it is, it's got these different types of roofs. But this is the bit I was allowed to do what the hell I like on, and so I did what I did on the Laban. I collect all these seeds every summer, I've got plastic bags in my pockets from May all the way through till now, and I've got some here too, which I'll come to in a moment. And there's my map of all the places I go, because I'm from Kent and South East London. I collect seeds. I have permission to collect at Dungeness as well. And Aylesbury's going to join my map because I collected this today on a bit of wasteland over there. It's purple toadflax, and it grows really well, and it's good for a rare moth called toadflax brocade moth. And there's IKEA looking like Dungeness in the middle of Greenwich. And coming to my linnet, I had the joy 2 years ago of filming 20 linnets feeding on the IKEA green roof. And 20 linnets feeding on the IKEA roof probably means there's more linnets than there were in 2000. And every single one of the housing developments on Greenwich Peninsula, circled there, has green roofs designed for biodiversity. I could actually cry. So there's the most sustainable restore in 1999. That was the most sustainable retail store in 2019. What will be the most sustainable retail store in 2039? I want to leave you with this thought, because a gentleman said, what do I do? What you do, however you do it, changing the culture in your parish council, your council, whatever conversations you have, could lead to significant action within Buckinghamshire. It's how we act, and I've done what I've done for 25 years. And you've got to remember, in my 25 years, the first time climate change was mentioned by the UK government was 2004. And we're now having conferences like this, so I would say to you, go out, try your best to make some change. Thank you very much.
Wow. Well, if you don't leave us this afternoon with some inspiration of a project that you could deliver in your home patches, then you must have hearts of stone and ears with earmuffs on. I'm now going to invite this afternoon's panel to come and join me at the front here. Councillor Julie Jordan. Alex, back again. Right, ladies and gentlemen, any questions for our panel this afternoon? I see my colleague's got one over there.
Hiya, Katherine Bunting, Great Missenden Parish Council. A question for you, Alex. I really liked your presentation, thank you. You mentioned in there Bucks Council being able to achieve net zero either by 2030 or by 2050, depending on resources. Could you just elaborate on that? And let it, because obviously there's a big difference. I think most of us in this room know we need to hit net zero by 2030. 20 years is a big blur.
Well, it's a very interesting question. So there's a number of different ways that you can hit net zero. You could carbon offset the whole lot. In which case, does one value the price of carbon sequestered at current rates? Is it £24 a tonne? To me, that seems too low. So the other way that one looks at this is considering the value of materials and other assets currently. So in 2021, timber, steel, wood all went up by about 23% compared on last year. So we're seeing, increases in prices again, which increases the costs of projects. So when one says subject to resources, one has to take into account the market conditions that exist regarding the achievement of that net zero goal. But if you asked me to put a value on it, I couldn't do that, quite simply because those market forces are changing so very rapidly at the moment. And if it was to be considered, it would have to be considered in balance with the other priorities that the council is delivering. Because so some things can be made a priority, but whenever something's made a priority, other things suffer. So the will is there to do as much as we can as soon as possible, because that is the right thing to do. But it has to be measured and to take into account the other things that are affecting our society.
I will just add to that what we are saying is we will be 100% net zero by no later than 2050. We plan to be possibly zero by 2035, but we should be at least 75% by then. And this will obviously mean we are constrained by finance. And as you probably know, our biggest constraints are waste lorries, which are diesel lorries at the moment. And to replace a diesel lorry with an electric lorry costs about $250,000 per vehicle, which is absolutely outside of our scope at the moment. So we are being honest with the public. We're not promising them something we can't achieve. We could say we'll be net carbon zero by 2030, but we won't be there. And I admire any council who says that they are going to be net zero by 2030, because I'd like to know how they're going to achieve it. We're just being honest with the public.
Hello, I'm Richard Liston, Parish Councillor. Just a quick question really for Justin, Chris perhaps. From the perspective of Parish Council, I've only been councillor for about 6 months. You know, it's quite, we've planted some trees, done a little bit of environmental stuff, but this conference has really inspired me really. So my question to both of you, or one of you, whatever, is that Parish Council, you know, some resources but quite limited. What would you recommend just as some basic things that we could be doing to start things up, get some community engagement, but do something tangible? What would you sort of suggest as sort of some first steps on this route to tackling climate change at the most local level?
So there's different things you can look at. I mean, we found the best way. We worked with Jane Brushwood when she was at Lavendon Parish Council, doing stuff with the local community groups. So it was a children's nursery and they had a playhouse to put a green roof on that. It was mentioned earlier about bug hotels, small-scale green roofs. I think start that way, but actually look at the bigger picture. You know, there's a lady mentioned earlier, a pavilion in her parish that's got a green roof on. Let's start off small, get the buy-in and the education going, and then look to increase that as we can and when money allows, really.
I think the other thing is getting away from roofs is obviously I don't know the context of your particular parish, but I think using the Hassocks example is very simple rain gardens, getting funding for those, particularly if you're in a river zone which potentially could flood, is a really good way of getting rural communities to start thinking about what they do on their own land as well. So I think they're very useful. Sometimes in a very small rural community, I think sometimes the rain garden and the wildflower verges are actually a really good starting point. And the wildflower verges, if you watch the video, they're really cheap to make. They're not difficult, yeah. You know, and you don't need experts, yeah. You know.
Hi, I'm Margaret from Buckingham. I think the issue, I'm sure we're all on side with you wanting to push the climate crisis emergency mitigation as far as possible. But I think the thing that most people on the street are concerned about is the cost of living at the moment. And so we've got pressures at the moment on our precepts, keeping them as low as possible. So how do we balance that, our concern for the planet, for our environment, against individuals worrying about being able to heat and eat this winter?
Well, it sounds like it's one for me. Is it one for me?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. So, yeah, I think we've all been quite shocked at how expensive it is to heat and power homes at the moment. And, you know, we have an energy price cap that's been introduced, and the government have decided to, kind of roll back on that so that it only goes up to the end of March. The council is, we're really aware of, the pressures that are being faced by the community. I think I heard someone citing that 25% of homes are now in fuel poverty or will be going into fuel poverty over the heating season. We can do this in a way that is sustainable. We have done some bits and pieces already. So what I failed to mention in my talk earlier on, probably being a bit remiss of me, so sorry, Judy, is the fact that we've released a progress report about all the activities that we've undertaken over the last year since the adoption of the strategy. So one of those is the Sustainable Warmth Programme, which is available, which is basically grant funding to improve the energy performance of homes that are at D EPC rating or lower, where the household income is £30,000 or less, or they're on means-tested benefit. And that's for both on-gas and off-gas grid homes. So that's certainly a route that interested parties can go down if they want to look at kind of reducing the impact of these kind of really quite high energy costs. The other one is we have Better Housing, Better Health that's in place that will triage requests around energy, and before a customer gets to kind of Better Housing, Better Health, they'll go through Helping Hands. So Helping Hands is being supported to help respond to people with regard to these cost of living issues. That's the first port of call. But if it's energy specific, Better Housing, Better Health will then kind of triage that request, and there's various different programs that are in place to support individuals accessing that program. So that includes being referred to kind of the eco programs. So that's again available for people who are on means tested benefit that meet other eligibility criteria, for vulnerable households effectively. And again, that's for, similar to Sustainable Warmth, that's for kind of hard retrofit measures. And by that I mean measures that will affect the fixtures and fittings within people's homes. So it might be external wall insulation, it might be upgrading the heating system. There's some other stuff in the pipeline at the moment that I can't talk about because it's in the pipeline and it's a bit too early to tell you, but I can assure you that the council is right on top of this issue.
Can I make a comment from an activist point of view? In London, 15 years ago, we tried to get, the UK has some of the most poorly insulated buildings. This is no negative towards Buckinghamshire because of this. And we, no, you didn't. But I mean, what I was, because it could sound as negative as I go along, but it's not, is there's an ironic thing about the cost of living crisis, is actually it's going to probably make a lot of our drafty homes insulated to actually make their life. And we should have done it 20 years ago. So in a way, they're not mutually exclusive. And I understand. I live in my house was only insulated. I'm rented. Was only insulated 2 months ago. I've been living 34 years in a non-insulated house. Should have been done 20 years ago. So I think they're not against each other. But I think if you're suffering from fuel poverty at this moment in time, I would have thought on your agenda, climate change is not the issue, it's getting warm, But I think it actually could be beneficial, is what I was meaning.
So I've heard the term education bandied about a lot today. What sort of programs have you got for schools and members of the public, and how are you getting it out there?
So that's a very good question. So education, Dusty mentioned that the Department of Education would like to see solar and green roofs combined on every school in the UK going forward, which is amazing, it's fantastic, but there's lots of people underneath those roofs, young people, that have got no idea what that green roof is. So actually, the Green Roof organisation that I mentioned earlier, Dusty and I were working on a book to produce for schools that will be launched on World Green Roof Day next year. So every school that has a green roof, every school that doesn't have a green roof, can have a book that takes children on that journey, because we need to get them on board as well as us as adults, really. So that's the steps we've taken to get it to infant and junior schools.
A little comment, I did work in the education system, sort of, and when I was doing the work with the DOE, there's a separation. There's no, I said, well, you know, how could we, you know, if you get a school with a green roof, how can you get that into key stage 3, you know, flooding, climate change? No, you're just dealing with the building. You don't deal with the education programme. But you think, well, actually, there's an opportunity within the education system to link both processes. But sometimes we have a culture of separating out things. And I just say that part of the change is changing some of our processes. And I forgot to say, and it's slightly off the subject, is like, you know, everybody said, you know, if you change your procurement, it might be the biggest thing you do, because that's a process. Oh, I put a green roof on a bus stop. No, I've changed the procurement. That could be more impactful than that bit of action. I meant to say that at the end of my talk, because I thought that was the most interesting thing came out.
Before today, I always thought of green roofs as being flat, but having seen quite a few of your slides, I see that you can actually have sloping ones. I was wondering how successful those were, whether there's a lot of difference between the two, and whether you get soil creep and might have problems with sloping ones.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, you can put green roofs on roofs up to 45 degrees. Obviously, the steeper you get, you've then got to think about irrigation, because they're going to dry out fairly quickly, i.e. the water's going to come off fairly quickly. It's not just the sun we need to think about. Actually, wind can dry them out as quick as the sun can. I think it's the balance, really. You can put a sloping green roof on, but can you safely maintain it in your property going forward? And also, really, lots of irrigation systems on green roofs aren't a little bit, it contradicts itself a little bit if we're then looking to use energy to keep it alive. So, although doable, I think you've really got to think about the benefits of doing it on such a pitch.
Well, it might be a case of kind of asking everyone if I have parish and town council support. I won't do that, though, in this section. It might embarrass some people. But so it's interesting. So the standard trees that you plant next to the public highway, I mentioned that we have to plant standard trees, and they're kind of mature trees. They're kind of less resilient than whips going into the ground, and so they have to be kind of watered fairly regularly. I suppose that there's two things that bear in mind. So whips are, so for the large-scale tree planting programs, we're putting in, you know, kind of 60 to 90 centimetre whips into the ground. We expect them to be kind of resilient. The other thing is that even if we should experience, you know, kind of tree losses, there are a couple of things. So DEFRA's kind of recognised that these are exceptional circumstances and provided grant funding for replacement of trees that suffered as a result of the drought. The other thing is that actually, it tests those specimens that are in the ground for their resilience going forward. So what you'll find is you'll find, you know, kind of trees that are growing and they're kind of more hardy to these types of conditions going forward. So it's terrible, isn't it? It's almost like kind of sending it into the lion's den. But you know, kind of that's the approach that we've taken. You know, I'm prepared to be challenged by, you know, ecologists on this matter. I think that what we've seen is a fantastic amount of support from town and parish councils with regards to the local authority treescapes fund initiatives that we've gone through. You know, it's nice to see kind of Marlow and Hadnam and others, you know, really engaging with us, having done some outreach work to them and kind of help define projects and see them being realised. And it's something that we want to do beyond tree planting, and all I can say is just, you know, kind of watch this space.
Make a quick comment, actually. It's, again, cultural. We focus a lot on capital. We're terrible at revenue. And maintenance is a word that everybody goes, that's a burden. There's a word called stewardship. That sounds positive. So I would go, we're going to steward our trees, not maintain them. And just think about that. That word could change how we view that. And obviously there's money, but it's always, oh, there's loads of money for capital. Oh, revenue, maintenance. Oh, God, keep that cheap. You go, no, stewardship. Oh, we might invest in that. It's just a thought.
Hi, I've really enjoyed today. One thing I was hoping to hear about, which I haven't done, is connected to transport and car solutions, or electric bikes, or car sharing, or car clubs. And I wondered if Buckinghamshire provided any support if parish councils are interested in thinking about doing that.
So that you've thrown in quite a lot of transport modes in there. So I know that so in the progress report, we've set out kind of a lot of the active travel enablement schemes, so kind of walkways and cycleways that we've put in as a result of securing Department for Transport money, and there is certainly more coming down the road. I suppose the question around kind of helping town and parish councils to enable that modal shift onto kind of less emitting forms of transport. You know, we're just starting on that journey, really. So the grant funding workshop that I delivered today was kind of to raise awareness of the you know, the funding that's available, government funding and other sources of funding that's available. I suppose the ultimate objective for us is to help you get to a point where you're almost self-sufficient in terms of the technical skills, the time and the resource to be able to kind of pursue these schemes yourselves. That may sound kind of particularly cruel, but it's not being particularly cruel. It's an enablement strategy, because kind of self-sufficiency is kind of all part of the program in terms of addressing climate change and the kind of the wider environmental crisis. We all need to be informed. We all need to kind of up our level, up our technical skills, up our aptitude for change and innovation. So all I can say is that the climate response team has expanded, and it's going to expand again. Within that team now, there is an officer that's dedicated to community level projects and communications work. So we're ready, and we'll start fielding inquiries. We can't do everything all at once, but we can start that journey with you. So climatechange@buckinghamshire.gov.uk, send us an email.
In relation to reducing emissions associated with construction, as transport saying, what scope do you see for the use of wood in construction, particularly house construction, rather than glass, concrete, and steel, all of which are quite heavily emitting materials to produce?
This is a bit out of my domain, expert, but I think there's the BIM processes. A lot of construction industries are under, I think, a legal obligation to get their carbon load down at some point. I can't remember when it comes in. Therefore, part of the cultural change is like they've got to demonstrate that they're using materials that have embedded carbon. And my feeling, like I was talking about my carbon neutral thing, is that's where that clicks in, because they're going to be under such pressure to reduce their carbon footprint. Construction is an incredibly carbon unfriendly activity. You're always going to need glass, you know. So I think there's slowly, it's a big beast construction, I think slowly some of the stuff that's been brought in terms of these targets that they're going to have to meet. And I've got to go slightly different here as well, is it's mandatory for financial institutions to report on climate change. And many of those financial institutions are the ones that invest in construction pension funds. And I think that's going to be very, very interesting. I'm in the city. I talk to a lot of people in the sector. It's not my world, but they're already saying that's having an impact, as is next year a mandatory duty to report on nature. That a lot of the financial institutions are looking at how they report, and I know this gentleman is a finance person, and it's kind of, he's nodding, that I think that will start to have an impact on the developers and their main contractors changing how they may develop, because the pension funds will be giving them. Is that kind of, that's kind of where I think it might go.
It's a really good question.
Yeah.
So do I support kind of wooden-based buildings being built? I think I do, provided that they kind of meet the requirements of kind of the planning policies and building control that exists within the area that you're going to be putting in these wooden buildings. I'm mindful of something that I kind of came across when I was watching a very interesting TV program on new home design, and it involved a lot of kind of structural oak being integrated into the design of the building. And what was phenomenally interesting was the fact that this individual wasn't able to source that grade of oak from within, this lovely island that we're in here. It had to come from France. I can tell you that, with the tree planting designs that we've put together for a large-scale tree planting, we've got an eye on the future in terms of being able to create construction-ready timber. It's something, it's a long-standing objective. Essentially you're looking at a 60-year growth time frame for that timber to be ready. But it should provide you with some level of comfort that will feed into the decarbonisation of the construction sector. So slowly, catch your monkey.
Always the best way.
I think it's also fair to add, in terms of your discussions with financial institutions, that whilst we may get the buildings, we will also need building-friendly mortgages in order to be able to buy them. And the mortgage companies traditionally are not very good at what they see as alternative means of construction. The fact that William Shakespeare's house and offices may be still up and working in Stratford-on-Avon and functioning as buildings, even though they are frankly wood, straw and something imaginable from the farmyard, seems to have passed them by. But we need our financial institutions to support us through finance as well, so that we can utilise those buildings and invest in them. Are there any more questions?
This is a little bit of a more technical one for either Dusty or Chris. I just wanted to ask about the weight difference between an extensive sedum roof and an extensive biodiverse roof.
Well, you can get, with the grow code, it'd be 100 kgs, 95 kgs per square metre for a sedum roof, recommended under the grow code. 95 kgs per square metre. That's the recommended minimum for our code. You can get a lighter one than that, but that wouldn't be recommended. And a good biodiverse green roof is going to be between 150 kgs and 200 kgs. But you get a better system.
And when we say those figures, it means when the roof is fully saturated with a snow load. So that's the worst case scenario.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course, go for it, Alex.
Yeah, sorry everyone for butting in. So, I mean, we're interested in kind of exploring green and blue infrastructure across our corporate estate. Yeah. And so one thing that you've mentioned is this difficulty in terms of kind of making sure that kind of green roofs are considered when solar PV projects go ahead. Have you heard of any companies, it can just simply be a yes or no question, that have the, I suppose, the supply chain and technical skills to kind of deliver both on buildings?
Yeah. Well, what would happen is, to be honest, you would have one contractor who then would bring in one of the other contractors, because that's the way it would be done. You know, to install a solar panel on a green roof is 4 Allen keys. Okay, I'm just telling you, but it has to be done by a solar installer. The most important person is the electrician who connects everything up. So you've got a green roof contractor, you've got the solar guy, 4 Allen keys, then you've got the electrician who gets the inverters and everything going otherwise. So that would be covered under the contract. And I suspect, certainly in Milton Keynes, we obviously know already, but I would have thought in some of the other towns, the council may have properties where retrofittable is possible, but whether they can take the weight of a good biosolar is a question. And the other thing is, you will probably have multi-storey car parks which aren't fit for purpose anymore, which you can put anything you like on them. Just saying, why knock a load of concrete down when you can make it useful?
Yeah, that was a perfect segue, Dusty, because I was going to say, we've heard a lot today about recycling and reusing. Would you like to comment a bit about what opportunities there are on the benefits of recycling, particularly construction materials, and why topsoil? What is our obsession with topsoil, and why is topsoil such a bad thing? Go on, I've set you up. Off you go.
Oh dear. Well, I kind of refer to it in the wildfire thing. We have an agricultural culture which says, productivity is good. If you go to a really good chalk grassland, it doesn't have a lot of soil in it. It has a lot of wildflowers and very little grass. But we have this mixture between sheep grazing chalk grassland and full chalk grassland. And so my colleague John Little in Essex does all this no topsoil aggregates with construction waste, which would be good fire breaks on Blackheath. But then you got the challenge that people say, oh yeah, but you're changing Blackheath, which is a historic landscape. And you go, well, is it that historic? But that's another story. But the point is, we might need to start looking at reducing the nutrient levels in our immediate amenity landscape, because they're going to become a fire risk. But that's a very challenging thing in an English country that likes lawns and amenity grassland. But we're going to have to go there, I think. Not in the next 10 years, but we're going to have to start thinking that the landscape is going to change a little bit.
And really good point there, Russell. And I think on some of the roofs that we've done together, we've incorporated clean construction waste as well, ceramic waste, sand piles, which is great for biodiversity. It's also really good for wildflowers that don't like really high nutrient-rich soil. So we're incorporating it where we can, and really thinking about that reuse of materials within construction.
I mean, I'm just going to comment on kind of the sustainable agriculture aspect. So I mentioned kind of organic farming principles. So it's all about a kind of a maximising kind of an organic matter return to the soil where you can. And you build up organic matter returns to the soil, it improves the water management capacity of that soil. So both in terms of kind of water retention in periods of particular dry spells, but also allowing water to go through when there is an excess of water as well. So what that means is, it means that effectively whatever's growing in that soil is going to be kind of slightly helped by that particular aspect, which means it won't be necessarily tinder dry and prove to be a fire risk.
Yeah. Could I add to that? Sorry, I forgot to switch it off. I was saying to Russell, I think it was 6 years ago, I watched a programme, I can't remember, it was on Country File, but there's Reading University is looking at, and the farm could actually be in Buckinghamshire because it was not in Reading, looking at how after the Second World War we went for a single species grassland in dairy and cattle farms, that actually putting in plantain, chicory, made actually better milk production and better meat production, but made the grassland more sustainable and captured more carbon. So this idea of diversity is a good thing. So I think it relates to this thing that even in the agricultural college at Reading, they're saying, like, we need to actually change how we do dairy farming. We need more wildflowers in the meadow because it's going to capture more carbon. So I think, you know, we're not really talking about something controversial. It's like diversity is good, you know. Single species grassland, not good, yeah. There's a lady. Yeah. I'm not an agricultural expert, so yeah, I've got that wrong.
Hello. I'm trying to understand how to formulate my question, but so just a few things that we're all aware of. There's a cost of living crisis which is going to hit people really badly, and they're going to struggle to, the phrase is heat or eat. We're in a climate crisis which is existential, but we live in a county where we have large amounts of poverty, but we also have enormous wealth in this county, enormous wealth. And considering that we are in this crisis and really we should be on a war footing, does the council have any way of engaging the wealth that is in this county in a way that means that as a whole the county can move towards net zero more quickly? Can it lead those people who can afford to insulate their houses, those people that can afford to have heat pumps, those people that can afford to have solar panels, can they be encouraged to do that as part of our collective effort towards reaching net zero as a county? And can the council provide the leadership to say this is what we should be doing collectively as a county because we are in a crisis?
So I think I mentioned in the presentation earlier on, so the strategy that we set out, recognises that addressing climate change is a shared responsibility. Absolutely. Every action that every individual takes in Buckinghamshire, whether they be a resident, a visitor, or someone who works here, is important. In terms of tapping into kind of the wealth of the populace that exists within Buckinghamshire, so there's a couple of ways that that's possible, but it's dependent on, we're not going to force anyone's hand. It has to be through a process of, I suppose, information and awareness raising to help them realise, that we are in a climate crisis at the moment, and it is in everyone's best interests to kind of pull their weight to help address that. This individual that I mentioned that's joined the climate response team has got an awful lot of work ahead of her, but it's going to be an enjoyable process, because what we're going to be doing is setting in place the frameworks that will enable community energy groups to raise the capital that's required to address kind of the capital gap that exists to realise sustainable energy in other projects on buildings that will help address the climate crisis. And that provides an option for both those who are, more well off and those who are not so well off to invest in something that will be able to provide kind of assured returns going forward. As we know, that it's only getting better to invest in, projects like tree planting, projects like green roofs, projects like solar PV and battery storage.
And also, we're also promoting, changing the way you transport, having electric cars, using bicycles to go to work, using walking to go to work. We have trials of zip scooters in Aylesbury. I'm sure all of you have come across those. But it is an individual thing, and we can obviously guide you, and we send out lots of newsletters about sustainability, but it's actually, we can't force anybody to spend money on a new heat source pump, even if they can afford it. That's down to the individual. But what we'll try and do is help everybody that we can in our community to be more sustainable going forward. But it is an individual thing. We can't make anybody spend money. We can encourage you and give you ideas on how to do it. But I mean, there are changes we can all make to our lives that will make a huge difference to our climate. Huge amounts that we could do individually. And yes, our local council can help us.
Well, thank you, panel, for taking those questions and providing the answers. Yes, of course.
Could I just say to all the councillors here this afternoon that if any of your residents are suffering fuel poverty, please do contact the Buckinghamshire Council and either on the website or call us. Thank you.
Okay. I'm now going to invite Sue Smith, Councillor Sue Smith. Sue is the chair of BMKALC. She's also the chair of Wolfton Community Council and has recently also become a Milton Keynes City Councillor because clearly she doesn't have enough going on. Sue.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I've just got to get a life, really. As Mel said, I'm Councillor Sue Smith, I'm chair of the association. What a great day of information sharing, gathering we've all had, and I feel very privileged to be invited along. It's my pleasure to close today, but before I do, I want to do some thank yous. Firstly, I want to thank all of you for coming today, because without you, it's no good putting these things on. So thank you very much. I also want to thank you for you doing what you do in your communities day in and day out. 9 times out of 10 without any thanks. So you've got my thanks today. For all our sponsors, I'm going to name them all. So it's Blachere, CCLA, Breakthrough Communications, Cloudy IT, ProLudic, BHIB and Neill Homer. Thank you very much for sponsoring the event. We have really great connections with sector leaders, so we're really privileged with that. Buckinghamshire Council for giving this marvellous, I've never been here, but it's marvellous venue. So thank you very much for that. For all our speakers, and there's too many of those to mention all of them, and our panel members, so thank you very much for that. Is Sophia from Tech around at all? Can I please ask you to come up, please? You weren't expecting this one. The ladies just wanted me to thank you and your team, so here's some brownies to have with your coffee tomorrow, so thank you very much. I want to say a really big thank you to Mel, Lorraine, Helen and Hannah out in the foyer, if you can hear me, for putting today together. It takes a long time to put something like this together, and they've done really well. I'd also like to thank my fellow councillors on the association that not only represent their communities but their parish councils as well, so thank you for them. I hope you've had some good things to take away with you. Please have a safe journey home and hope to see you next time. Thank you very much.